I always thought it would have been fun to be a twin. The chances of me being a twin were rather high, considering the fact that my mom was one. She told me this fact when I was pretty little, along with the fact that she was adopted. But about 10 years ago, I learned a lot more about that story, and it's one that I have to share. It's the story of how my mom learned that she had a twin, all while pregnant with me. Bear with me. I'm telling this story from what my mom told me over 10 years ago on my 21st birthday. My dad had fallen asleep, and Mom wanted to have one more glass of wine and some daughter time. Somehow our conversation shifted to family, and the more she talked that night, the more I was like, yep, she's definitely sharing this story with me. She tried to cut it short at one point, but as you'll see, it's not the kind of story you can just stop telling. So, for the record, my mom's name is Jeanette. My dad is Colin. Jeanette meets Colin in college, 1989. They're both attending BHSU and Spearfish. They fall in love. Jeanette becomes pregnant in the winter of 91. I wasn't planned, but optimistic Jeanette thinks that she can get through spring quarter and graduate before my pretty little face can emerge into the world and destroy her petite figure. She calls her parents living back in Douglas, Wyoming. They're elated, made a plan for her and Colin to move back in with them when they're out of college. That weekend, Colin would treat Jeanette to a dinner and a night in Rapid City to celebrate the good news. It was about 45 minutes from their apartment in Spearfish, and Jeanette was looking forward to exploring the town. At dinner, their waiter comes to the table and Colin orders a drink. He asks for Colin's ID. When Colin hands it to the man, he glances at it before handing it back. Then he turns to Jeanette. She orders a water, but he still asks for her ID. She says that she's not drinking, and then tells the waiter their good news. He doesn't say congratulations or even smile. He just says something like, yeah, still gonna need your ID. So Jeanette reluctantly digs around in her purse to get her ID out for the waiter. When he takes it from Jeanette's hand, he closely examines it to make sure it's not fake. She watches as he looks it over, front and back, then tries to peel any hidden stickers off by rubbing his fingernails down, looking for ridges. He then takes a notepad out from his apron, jots down a few words before handing the ID back to Jeanette. She asks if there's a problem, inquiring about what he wrote on his little notepad. He tells her that he just needed to make sure it wasn't a fake ID. They could lose their license selling to a minor. Then he leaves the table. When the drinks are delivered, it's a new waiter, and she becomes their server for the rest of the night. Colin gets absolutely trashed off of what Jeanette recalls as 2 drinks. Again, Jeanette's not drinking alcohol, so she assumes the bartender's just pouring them heavy. They've partied together many times before, and she's seen him this drunk a handful of times. But Jeanette's still a little surprised at how fast it happened. Not to mention, this wasn't supposed to be a party night. Their meal alone was going to cost over $100. It was supposed to be a nice night. By the end of their dinner date, Colin needs help pulling his wallet out of his pocket, and Jeanette no longer feels excited to spend the night away from their cats in their apartment back in Spearfish. She makes the obvious decision and decides to drive them home. When they get into the car, Jeanette's in the driver's seat of Colin's car, and Colin's dry heaving, lying in the back. She thinks she'll take the long Sturgis Road up to the freeway towards home. But a few miles down the highway road, she hears the rumble of what she thinks is a helicopter. But she quickly realizes what it is when her rearview mirror is lit up with tons of bright orbs. She knew the lights couldn't be from cars, because they weren't fixed to each other the way headlights would move in the dark. Suddenly, the lights in the rumble weren't so distant in her mirrors. She could see around 10 motorcycles surrounding the car. Jeanette's already a nervous driver when she's behind the wheel, so to see this biker gang on every side of her car makes Jeanette nervous. She slams on her brakes, and the motorcycles behind her almost wipe out trying to avoid her. while a few others stop directly in front of the vehicle, blocking the road. She pleads for Colin to wake up. There's a small moment of silence before any of the bikers approach their car, and my mom hears gurgling. That's when she turns around in her seat and sees my dad choking on his own vomit. She grabs him and has just enough strength to pull him onto his side. When she does, the rest of what he was throwing up falls onto the floor of the back seat. Colin inhaled. Then, the window above him was smashed in. Jeanette's window was next. The roar of men shouting and more glass breaking slowly came back into focus, and Jeanette turned back around, just as one of the bikers had his arm reaching through the broken driver's side window, unlocking her door. Then it opens, and she's grabbed and pulled from the car. Jeanette's terrified, screaming and completely confused as to what's happening. A biker grabs her by her hair and throws her to the ground, calling her a dumb cunt. Jeanette's screaming, "What do you want? Please, don't kill us." The biker that threw her on the ground now stands over her with a hunting knife. He tells her to take off her top, and she begs him not to. But the man interrupts her by grabbing the fabric of her shirt and cutting it off of her body. Jeanette sobbed as she was flipped onto her stomach. She was sure the worst was about to happen. The gravel hurt her skin, and the motorcycle lights shining in her face made it hard to see how many people were there. Face down, Jeanette hears an audible hush shared amongst the bikers. The man above her tells one of the men to go get the purse. She hears the car door open and shut. They dump her purse onto the ground, and all of its contents fall around Jeanette's head. The biker picks up her ID off the ground. A moment later, he picks Jeanette up off the ground. She stands quietly, covering herself the best she can, as he looks at the ID. When he looks at her again, he asks if she's ever met a woman named Gilda, and tells her, don't fucking lie to him. Genuinely confused and relieved to not know a single Gilda, she tells the man, "I don't know who that is." "Bullshit," she hears from somewhere behind the man with her ID. The man comes into view, and Jeanette realizes it's the waiter from the restaurant, the one who also examined her ID and had taken their drink orders. The man with the ID tells the other guy to shut up, and then asks Jeanette if she's got family around here. Are her parents Donna and Alec? She immediately tells the man no, that her adoptive family is from Wyoming, to which one of the men asks, "What the fuck are you doing in Rapid City then?" Jeanette says she's currently a student at BHSU. She bends down scrambling for her student ID, presenting it to the man, hoping this will prove her case. He grabs the ID and examines it, as he did the first one. Time is crawling, but the man is silent, passing the ID to the man behind him. Then, after several moments, he says, "You have a sister." But not in the form of a question. It's a statement. Jeanette stares at the man confused, but before she can respond, he says, "A twin. You have a twin sister. And your sister? She's not welcome here. In fact, she should be dead." She tells the man that she doesn't know anything about a sister or a twin. She tells him again she's from Wyoming. This is her first time in Rapid City. She's crying, she's confused, and just plain scared. The man hands her the student ID, while the other guy walks back to his bike. The man with the knife tells her, "You'd better make this your last trip to Rapid City. Your sister, your twin, she's not welcome here. And if we see you again, we'll have to assume you're her, and we won't be able to let you go. Do you understand what I'm saying?" My mom nods her head, showing the man she understands what he's saying. "Oh, and sorry about your guy. Couldn't have him trying to be a hero. He'll be fine in about 12 hours. Don't even think about going to the cops. Waste of your time and ours. Understand?" She nods once more. And then the man holds up his left arm, making some sort of turn-it-around motion, and all of the bikes fire up at the same time, while the man turns and walks back to his own bike. Within seconds, the loud rumbling passes by Jeanette once again as she stands in the middle of the street. Eventually, it's silent, and she's processing everything that just happened, but quickly makes her way back to the car. She's relieved that Colin hasn't moved back onto his back, but remembers the man's words. He'll be fine in about 12 hours. To this day, my mom had no idea what they gave my dad, but whatever it was kept him out for hours. Once back at the apartment, my mom struggles to get my dad out of the car. Realizing she literally can't do it, she lays him back on his side, closes the door, and runs into their apartment to call her parents. So this was the night that my mom learned of Gilda and the full truth about her adoption. Grandma explains that yes, Jeanette had a twin. The girl's mother had decided to put them both up for adoption, but not together. For whatever reason, the twins were split up and adopted out to 2 different families. It wasn't an open adoption either, so all my grandparents knew was that the other girl was adopted by a family in Rapid City. They didn't know the name of the family, and they never knew what they decided to name the girl. Confused, upset, scared. These are all things my mom explained feeling after the phone call and experience. My grandparents wanted Jeanette and Colin to drive to their house as soon as possible, but Mom was too tired to make that almost 5-hour drive. So that night, my parents slept in their car. My mom explained everything to my dad the next morning. Naturally, he wanted to go to the police, but it was my mom that assured him that wasn't an option, that their only option was to forget about the whole thing and to never end up in Rapid City again. That's what they did. I asked my mom if she ever looked for her sister, but she told me no, that she was far too afraid to go digging after that whole experience, and even more afraid once I entered the world. I can't say that I blame her. It seemed obvious that her sister was entangled with a scary group of people that my mom never wanted to see again. I asked if she was mad at my grandparents for keeping this from her, and she also said no. She said that she thinks that they did the right thing, especially seeing how everything turned out. It was better this way, she told me. In case you're curious, I never went looking either, but I did finally understand why our family never made our way to Rapid City. As Grandma always says, it's not wise to go where you're not welcome. Growing up, I was raised by a single mother in a very rural area. We only had one other person living on our road, a middle-aged woman named Juniper, but I called her Auntie June. When Mom had to work nights or weekends, I'd just walk across the field and stay next door. When I was really little, Mom used to always explain June's odd behaviors by saying she was eccentric or quirky, but sometime right after my 8th birthday, I overheard her talking with my granddad. He didn't like that she let me spend so much time with that witch. He wanted to take care of me instead, before June had me worshiping the devil. Mom said that he was being ridiculous, and they argued for a few minutes, but Granddad didn't get his way. He was a grouchy, boring old man who made me sit quietly in my room all day because children weren't meant to be seen or heard, as far as he was concerned. They were only there to learn responsibility until they could become contributing members of society. I ran back to my room as he was leaving so Mom wouldn't suspect I heard anything. I wanted so badly to ask how anyone could think Auntie June was a witch, but 8-year-old me just wasn't brave enough. Especially after Mom came to ask what I usually did when I went over there. Deep down, I knew we'd done absolutely nothing wrong, but Granddad had given me doubts. So I kept things brief. I loved helping her with her herb garden. That was one of my favorite things to do, and for the longest time, I wanted to be a botanist because of it. We also baked cookies and made jewelry out of rocks, crystals, and beads while watching TV or listening to music. Sometimes she would tell me little stories. Well, I thought that they were just stories at the time. about the horned god, the triple goddess, and different things about nature, but I had a feeling Mom wouldn't like them as much as I did, so I left that part out. Of course, I would soon find out that they weren't fairy tales. They were her actual beliefs. A few nights later, Mom had to work a night shift, which meant I would finally get to ask Auntie June why Granddad thought she was a witch. There was truly nothing I wouldn't have been comfortable talking to this woman about. I ran all the way to her house, burst through the door, and there she was. Before she could even say hello, I said, Auntie, why does my pappy think you're a witch?" "Ah, childhood. Fuck that shit." June had been washing dishes and I startled her. The plate she was rinsing slid from her hands back into the sink, and she turned towards me, wide-eyed and tight-lipped. My stomach dropped. I thought that I'd made the nicest woman in the world angry with me. But then she began laughing hysterically. She said people like to call her a witch because ignorant folks tend to slap that title onto any alternative religion. They're the same ones who treat paganism and Wicca like dirty words. I asked if people felt that way because those religions worship the devil, and she laughed even harder. She said it couldn't be explained so easily, that the original structure of the practice had grown and evolved to the point where many different sects now existed, and they all had varying beliefs. I was completely fascinated with all of it. I wanted to learn everything there was to know, but June said that she wasn't sure if my mom would be comfortable with her teaching me those kinds of things. I can't remember what it was, but something she said made me ask if the stories she told me were about her religion. She said that they were a mixture of stories from several belief systems, and only a few had been from her own. Of course, that made my mind run wild, trying to guess which stories, but there were just too many to choose from. I asked her if any of them really worshiped the devil, and she said that some did, but failed to elaborate further. I tried once more to ask which religion she practiced, but she said it was too complicated to put a single name to it without further explanation. Finally, I made one last attempt to clarify. "But you don't worship the devil, right?" She only rolled her eyes and said, "What do you think, child? Do you judge a person by what they believe or by their character?" I took it as one of those things adults said, like it's what's on the inside that counts. Before I could think it through any further, she changed the subject and we baked a batch of brownies, but I was still thinking hard over our conversation. The more I thought about it, I realized she said people called her a witch because that title went with any alternative religion. It only sounded that way because of how she said it. June didn't believe in lying. She was very serious about owning one's truth no matter what, but she wasn't opposed to phrasing things just so. Anyway, the night grew late and we settled into our respective recliners to watch Looney Tunes until we fell asleep. At least that's what we usually did. That night I made myself stay awake, and once I heard the familiar sound of her snoring, I went snooping. It occurred to me that every time any devil or occult stuff was on TV, there was always some kind of scary, evil-looking shrine. I figured if I went through every room in her house and didn't find a shrine, she couldn't be a devil worshiper. Well, I poked through every closet, and I even looked under the beds, but I didn't find anything that seemed suspicious. The next morning, my mom came to wake me up. I felt silly about the whole thing. Within a few days, I forgot about the incident entirely, and life continued as it always had, but only for 2 more years. My mom met a guy not too long after all of this happened, and they got married the following year. When I was 10, we had to move to Utah for my stepdad's new job, and I'll never forget the day I told June. I expected her to be sad, or maybe even cry a little like I had, but I didn't expect complete and total fury. She was outraged. She marched right past me and over to my house like I didn't exist anymore. She didn't even knock. She just barged right through our back door and began telling off my mom. My stepdad had to practically push her out of the house. and she still wouldn't leave our property until he threatened to call the police. I hadn't been far behind her. When I got close enough to hear the yelling, I became even more frightened and hid inside one of our storage sheds. From its window, I could watch the kitchen door and wait for it to be over. Only after I was positive that she was out of sight did I make a mad dash for the house. I ran inside crying. I didn't understand why Auntie June had suddenly become so cruel. And for the longest time, I never would. All that happened almost 20 years ago, but recently, my mom called me in tears. She was damn near hysterical. She has a few friends who still live in our old hometown, and they had just informed her that June decided to take her own life. That hit me hard. Despite the strange way it ended, she'd always been a very large part of my childhood, and I still cherished my memories of our time together. As an adult, I simply reasoned that she'd become overly attached to me and couldn't stand the thought of being alone again. If anything, it was just sad. But it turns out that wasn't the shocking part of the story. The shocking part was why she did it. Apparently, I hadn't searched her house thoroughly enough because she had a fairly large shrine dedicated to Lucifer, hidden behind an access panel in her closet. The police found it during the rescue of a young girl that she had kidnapped, and June chose to die rather than face prison. I still never found out exactly what she called her religion, but thanks to her journals, I did learn why she got so upset about my moving away. It seems she was focusing her efforts on a very specific ritual, one that, if done correctly, would grant her the youth and beauty of her sacrifice. People were comparing her to Elizabeth Bathory, that crazy medieval woman who used to bathe in the blood of her servants. If you haven't heard of her, that's a wild-ass story too. I highly recommend Googling her name. But as for myself, I was clearly meant to be her first victim. For the greatest chance of success, the ritual called for the blood of someone you shared a bond with. She was grooming me. When I left, she had to start over from scratch with a new girl, but she didn't have access to any. She ended up getting a janitorial job at one of the schools and made a new friend there. Eventually, she either lost patience or felt the bond was strong enough, and she was ready to proceed. She was spotted leaving school in the middle of the day with a 13-year-old in her car. Obviously, something was wrong with that picture, no matter what their reasons were, so the police were called. The unit sent to June's home reported their location, and backup arrived shortly after. When no one answered the door, they forced their way inside and found June standing over the unconscious child with a ceremonial dagger in one hand and a silver goblet in the other. She stabbed herself through the heart with no hesitation. The girl went on to make a full recovery. She had been drugged, but no physical damage was done. If I feel this traumatized from my experience, I can't begin to imagine what that poor kid is living with. So yeah, that's my story about the time I idolized a bad witch. My dad once volunteered to pick my girlfriend up from the airport after I broke my leg in a skiing accident. This story is told from their accounts. It was near 11 p.m., and my dad, Russ, was sitting in his car, waiting for my girlfriend, Via, to get off the flight. Russ had been sitting there for a while, and the left tail light of the car in front of him had been blinking and flashing randomly. It flittered and blinks, and then he watched a physical spark ignite inside the tail light. It's an older Plymouth, and Russ assumes that it's just wiring. He continues to watch it, though, in case another spark decides to become a flame. Via gets into my dad's car, and right behind her are a couple more passengers from the plane. One is an older man that gets into the passenger seat of the Plymouth. Both cars are pulling out of the arrival lot at the same time. There's a couple mile of highway leaving the airport before getting back to the freeway. The whole time they're following the car with a burnt-out taillight. Then all of the lights in the back end of the Plymouth begin to malfunction. At first, they're watching this light show thinking it's a shame. They're probably going to get pulled over and have no idea why. But then they see the right tail light pop out from the back and bounce on the road, nearly crashing through their windshield. Russ would swerve last minute to avoid the object that was hurling toward them. The highway that they're traveling is a single lane, grass hills on either side. If Russ hadn't been able to correct the car when he fishtailed, Via and him would probably have been killed if they went off that hill at the speed they were going. When the cars align right behind the Plymouth again, their shared anger dissipates into horror as they watch the arm of a small child start to reach out from the hole made in the rear taillight. The arm looks frail or bloody or bruised, all three. They've got it stretched out to their shoulder and they're waving desperately for help. Russ reaches for his cell phone to call the police, but it's dead. Via's phone is almost dead too, but she manages to get the phone call connected long enough to describe the car and part of its license plate. She told them where they were, what they were seeing. When the cars got onto the freeway, the Plymouth picked up speed, and Russ was unable to maintain visuals on the car. He and Via would eventually give up the pursuit 20 miles past their original exit. When they got home and could charge their phones, they filed an official report. They even tried to get information as to if the Plymouth was ever caught or not. We were never able to figure out what happened, but we pray that the police were able to locate the car and help whoever was in the trunk. When our kids were first born, my partner Aaron and I stopped camping altogether, which was something we loved to do as seasoned backpackers. Camping and backpacking specifically was how we met over 14 years ago. Well, once the kids got older, about 4 and 6, we decided to reintroduce camping into our lives. Of course, our style had to be adjusted a bit. We'd have to account for tiny humans with less stamina and climbing experience. Not to mention, we weren't exactly in our beach body phase. Instead of off the beaten path, we opted for something more family-oriented, KOA. Growing up, I'd been to a few KOAs, all of them nice from what I could remember. As a kid, I remember lots of other kids being there, a place to play games inside, outside, and had a very homey feel versus middle of nowhere. And that was going to be perfect for our first little trip as a family. This particular KOA was set out in eastern Washington, absolutely beautiful. We'd initially wanted to visit Leavenworth, but due to the size of our party and our lack of planning, we ended up in a spot that wasn't our first choice, but we felt pretty darn happy with the location. We managed to get a cabin close to the Yakima River, making the spot several degrees cooler than the cabins set away from the water. We'd brought our own portable fencing to help wrangle the kids in a general area, but upon arrival, we realized that there were plenty of obstacles and fences, even man-made barriers. Still, Aaron decided to set up the portable fence anyway, specifically around the cabin, blocking the stairs. The campground was truly nice. We had a good time socializing with other families, and our kids made friends with their kids. It was a good time. In retrospect, there was someone who rubbed us the wrong way, if you will. But in such a setting, it's easy to dismiss these things as a misunderstanding. A man, probably in his 20s. My partner and I were in our mid-30s at the time, and he looked clearly younger than us. He had a puppy. That wasn't the part that rubbed us the wrong way. It was when he brought the puppy over to our family area. He didn't walk up to the cabin or anything, but he seemed to hang around it. Naturally, when my partner approached him, my kids flew over there to see the puppy. They know better than to touch without asking, so they asked if they could pet the doggy. And instead of just saying yes, he said, "Yes, but you have to tell the puppy your name." Seems innocent enough. The kids tell the puppy their name, pet the puppy, and eventually he moves on. He didn't exactly acknowledge us adults, but he didn't linger too long, so I wish I could say my mother's intuition kicked in early, but it didn't. After a day of playing in the sun, I was ready to crash, After sharing some burgers with a family camping near us, I went to the cabin and passed out right after sunset. The next time I opened my eyes, it was full dark outside. My little ones were squeezed between the two of us on a suddenly uncomfortable queen mattress. We'd set the kids up at their own bed in the living room area, but clearly my partner had a change of plans or lost the nighttime battle. I wasn't sure if it was from passing out early or being in a now claustrophobic bed, but something woke me up. I laid there debating if I was going to go steal the kids' bed or just try to fall back asleep, and I heard something. It was both familiar, yet I knew I shouldn't be hearing it. The gate. That portable metal gate my partner insisted on putting up was being moved carefully. The thing is, with that thing, it's impossible to be silent. It became clear to me before I even got out of bed. Someone had essentially breached the makeshift barrier to the cabin. The next step was the front door, which I had no idea if it was locked or not. Quietly, I inch out of bed, sliding onto the floor. Now I have a view of the front door. Not good enough to see if it's locked. It's so dark. I grab my cell phone just in case. As I do, the door handle makes the classic jiggle sound one makes when attempting to open a locked door. This caused my palms to get sweaty. My hearing is going weird. I'm officially freaking out, but I stay still. From the bedroom doorway, I can see the whole main living room area. To my left, I saw the silhouette outline of a man peering through the side window. They couldn't see me, but seeing him was all I needed to wake my partner. I crawled back towards the bed, shook Aaron, and thank goodness this room only had one small window in the bathroom, so I knew no one could see us. Aaron wakes up and without hesitation walks into the living room area, where the guy is still peering in. Instead of opening the front door and confronting this person, Aaron walks right up to the window. Now, apparently this person can see inside because I watch the silhouette back away quickly. Now, Aaron's already got shoes on, making a beeline to the front door of the cabin, yelling back to me to call KOA security. Quickly, I find the number we'd saved when we arrived. I call and explain the situation. They just don't seem that concerned, but they do say they're going to send someone. I hear Aaron exchanging words outside, but I'm hesitant to approach the scene myself, so I stay inside and watch from the side window. Aaron has the guy completely face first on the ground. I'm impressed and scared. Then I realize Aaron's talking to me, telling me to turn the porch light on. Switch by the door, he's saying. I rush to get the light. Aaron's still calling for me, so I rush outside. I see the man on the ground is the man from earlier, the one with the puppy. Aaron is very sternly asking the man to tell him what the fuck he was doing looking through the windows. The man doesn't answer, but he's clutching his bag to his chest. Aaron is attempting to grab it from him while continuing to ask what the fuck he was doing. Then he's asking me if I called security. I tell him yes, but the man, he's still not saying a word. Security shows up, and the man starts piping up about how he lost his dog. He's just looking for it. He tells them he's sure it's around here because the kids were playing with it all day. This back and forth goes on for a while. I'll spare you the details mainly because I don't recall all the lies exchanged, and I was half in and half out checking on the kids every 2 seconds for whatever reason. The end result was he wasn't arrested, since there was no police and apparently no crime. He was also barely questioned by security. They seemed to have more questions for us. At a certain point, I told security I think that maybe we should call the authorities because the guy is lying about so much stuff. I tell them I think he was trying to break in, and they tell me, but he didn't, and there's no evidence to suggest a crime, which was incredibly frustrating. Aaron even asked the security officer to check the man's bag. He refused, saying the man had done nothing wrong. So after too much time, the guys eventually let go from security, He has his camping pass and blah blah. But Aaron watches and then follows the man to ensure that he returns to where he came from, which happens to be nowhere near our own cabin. He watches the man open his truck and take out the puppy. The man turns, holding the puppy, and waves at Aaron with a disgusting smile. This sends Aaron into a frustrated rage. Helpless, he takes down the guy's license plate in his phone. He calls the local non-emergency line to report as what he described as a sicko. They also asked several questions, to which Aaron answered, and by the end, they said there was nothing they could do at the time. No crime had been committed, as they put it, but they would take the information. Sleeping that night was out of the question, as needless to say, the whole thing left a shitty taste in our mouth. We both felt like there was nothing we could do except for leave, but we didn't want to wake the kids or do anything to scare them. Besides, we were awake now. No one was getting in. As we packed to leave in the morning, we were floored to see that the man hadn't left yet. He even had the gall to walk over to our area and tell us that he found his puppy, which naturally got the kids interested. And they wanted to see the puppy again, and naturally, we had to be terrible parents, saying no to the cute puppy. Aaron kindly asked the guy to leave. I'm sure some whispering was exchanged, but the guy walked away. Before leaving, and feeling rather helpless in the situation, we sort of made it our mission to warn those around us about the man. We filed an official complaint with the front office, not against them, but we wanted his information on file, best we could. And if nothing else, I think those staff members personally heard what we were saying. We figured that they'd spend their shift on edge, which is what we wanted. This guy was just looking for an opportunity, preying on people in a place where they may let their guard down, maybe forget to lock a door, or be wary of a stranger before it's too late. For the record, we've stayed at KOAs since this experience. I really don't fault them for their part. This type of thing could happen anywhere, and honestly, their security might have saved us. Which is why now we make sure to travel with some security of our own, or only camp at places where we have the luxury of a locked door. I really hope that guy is locked up somewhere, but just be vigilant out there, because you really never know. I know most people usually get excited about concerts, but I'm just not a fan. I've got pretty sensitive hearing, and crowds make me claustrophobic. But I still tried it once. I went to a Nirvana concert in Seattle when I was 20, and I almost didn't make it out alive. Having never been to a concert before, I guess I was expecting seats, but I would learn that we would just be standing in a large crowd of people in the middle of the floor. I don't remember much about the actual performance either. My best friend was supposed to go with her boyfriend, but they broke up a few days before the concert. She was pretty upset, and I agreed to go with her. I do love Nirvana, so I figured I could suck it up and go for her sake. Not 15 minutes into being there, my friend's ex found us. He managed to find a friend with an extra ticket and arrived early, so he'd have plenty of time to find Megan. I tried to pull her away, but I could tell by the look on her face that she'd already decided to forgive him again. She played hard to get all the way until we got to our standing spot, I guess. But that's when she ditched me. I was insanely furious. I knew she wasn't coming back. Less than 10 minutes after Megan left, a creepy older guy came up to me. I could hear him trying to say something to me over the music, something that sounded like, "Are you alone?" Assuming that's what he said, I said my boyfriend would be back any minute, hoping he would take the hint and leave, but he didn't. Instead, he made a joke about keeping his seat warm, so no weirdos could try to hit on me, of course. Obviously, standing, that wasn't necessary, and for other reasons, it wasn't necessary either. I told him so much. And then he launched into a story about the time he met Kurt Cobain backstage, which was complete bullshit. I must have looked as uncomfortable as I felt, because two bikers stopped as they were passing by. The taller one asked if I was okay, but the creepy guy answered before I could get a word out. He tried to call me his girlfriend, but I wasn't having it. I yelled that I'd never seen him before, and backed away as far as the crowd would let me. The bikers scared him off and tried to say that he was just another drunk idiot, but I'm rarely so lucky. As the stadium filled, I watched for him as much as I did for Megan, even though the chances of seeing her were slim to none. I didn't notice him again until halfway through the second or third song. While everyone else was watching the band, I was watching for his loud neon headband. He managed to find a spot in the row behind me, but he looked away the moment our eyes met. However, I still saw the furious expression on his face. I wanted to see how long it took for him to glance back in my direction, and it was even faster than I expected. When he saw I was still looking, he didn't turn away again. This time, he gave the most menacing grin I've ever seen, as he looked from me to the spot next to me and back with a wink. I only took my eyes off of him for a second, but he was gone when I turned back. I jumped at every movement from the corner of my eye as I waited for him to reappear next to me, but one song faded into another without any sight of him. At one point, a different guy came over to offer me a drink, but I was too paranoid to take it, and he was quick to disappear back into the crowd. When the show finally ended, there was still no sign of Megan. I looked for her all over, but the crowd eventually thinned out enough for me to spot the creepy guy again, and he was still watching me. When he realized I saw him, he tried to walk off in the other direction, but I knew he wasn't going to give up so easily after waiting that long. I didn't want the crowd to get too thin, so I fell in behind a big group heading toward the parking lot. Unfortunately, Megan's car was parked at the very back, and I watched in horror as my group dwindled down to just a couple, almost too drunk to stand. Across a few rows of vehicles, there was another large group crowded around someone's fancy car. I decided to try my luck over there. I was about halfway across when I passed a cluster of large trucks, and a hand clamped over my mouth. I couldn't make a sound as I was dragged between the trucks and slammed against the side of a black Ford. It was the same guy, and he looked angrier than ever. He kept one hand over my mouth, and the other had a tight grip on my left arm. I could smell weed and liquor all over him as he ranted about what a pretentious bitch I was, and I thought he was going to kill me. The longer he talked, the tighter his grip became, and there wasn't another soul in sight from between those huge trucks. Finally, he pointed to a red Chevy a few rows ahead and said it was his. He meant to get me inside, and I made a point to tune out everything he said after that. My only concern was preparing to scream as loudly as possible the moment we were within view of other people. Once we were a few steps away from the big trucks, I could see the same crowd from before still gathered around the fancy car. Then, right at the back of the group, I saw Megan, and she was looking right at me. I screamed her name so loud my voice cracked, and I saw the confusion on her face turn to fear as she took in the situation. The grip on my arm became so tight I thought the bone would break, but the stranger decided to cut his losses when he saw Rick and several of his friends running straight towards us. I was crying tears of relief even as I was thrown to the ground. I didn't move as the man took off, and I didn't say a word when Megan helped me up. I just took her keys and stole her car. I knew that she would leave with Rick and pick it up the next day, and that's exactly what happened. So, yeah, I'm not a fan of concerts. My name is Catherine. I'm 42, my husband is 45, and we live alone in a middle-class suburban neighborhood. There's nothing very interesting about us. He drives a UPS truck, and I'm an office manager. Even our fights are boring. Most of them are minor issues, like his unwillingness to put the trash in the bin or my inability to clean my hair from the shower. But there's one topic that I've always been deadly serious about: locking the doors. When I was a teenager, a man broke into my aunt's house and strangled her. That's always really stuck with me. We never even open our windows, but I constantly recheck them, and I check the doors several times each night. I know I'm making myself sound neurotic, but I swear I'm only like this when it comes to home security. I've never suffered from anxiety or depression. I've always been painstakingly, mind-numbingly normal. I just like to feel safe in my own house. That's it. I'm not completely unreasonable or delusional. We've lived here since I was 25, and there's never been so much as a vandalized mailbox on our entire block. I fully understand I can overreact when it comes to this topic, and I'll be the first to apologize when I do. But I also don't think I'm asking for the moon, you know? I just wanted him to lock the damn doors. The problem is I usually go to bed earlier than my husband, and he'll sometimes go outside after I've gone to sleep. When he comes back in, he doesn't think to lock the door. He never had to in his childhood home, and never saw a reason to bother with ours either. I can't tell you how many times screaming matches have happened after I've woken up to find the door unlocked. And this was before it almost cost us our lives. It happened on Labor Day weekend. We had a nice block party on Saturday, probably drank a little more than we should. Then we went home, had a boringly normal evening, and went to bed early. The following morning was much the same. Everything was absolutely fine until that afternoon, when we heard Cindy Lincoln screaming bloody murder. We instinctively ran towards the sound, which seemed to be originating from just outside our house. When we got to our front door, my eyes automatically noticed that it had been left unlocked again, but I pushed my anger aside. There was a more pressing matter at hand. Miss Lincoln was actually in the yard next door, but we didn't see anything that could be causing her distress. We went to her at the same time as the neighbors on the opposite side, and several other heads started to poke out of their doors as well. Then we saw the broken glass on the front stoop, and soon the whole street was gathered and working themselves into a panic. They didn't calm down until the police arrived. No one was eager to see the scene firsthand, but Cindy's husband was able to get most of her story before she was interviewed. She had originally walked straight to the back door where she often let herself inside to borrow, or in this case return, various kitchen supplies to Mrs. Anderson. Both women were in their 50s and very close friends. Cindy knew something awful happened the moment she entered. The house was ransacked. She called for the Andersons even though she knew they wouldn't answer. She didn't want to go any further, but she couldn't leave without knowing for sure. It only took a glance into their bedroom to be certain. Mrs. Anderson was on the bed and barely recognizable. We would later learn that she'd been stabbed 26 times. Her husband was tied to a chair, beaten, and shot in the head. Cindy stumbled out of the house in a horrified daze, and that's when we heard her screaming in the yard. Speculations of a serial killer began to spread all over town, and I did my best to focus on the fact that the Andersons were probably targeted due to their age, that it wouldn't have mattered if the doors were locked or not. When someone like that wants to get in, a lock usually isn't enough to deter them. It wasn't easy, but by redoubling my effort to stay awake longer than my husband, I began to experience something that resembled healing. Then, last week, they caught the killer, and he gave a full confession. He was young. He'd always fantasized about killing somebody. Finally worked himself up enough to go through with it. He let his computer pick a random neighborhood within a few chosen parameters and found himself on our street. When he turned off the connecting road, he immediately pulled alongside the curb and approached the house that he was parked in front of. Their door was locked, so he walked to the next house over. Their door was also locked. So were the next three, but the Anderson home was unlocked. So he went inside, and he did what he did. Had their doors been locked, our house would have been next, and he could have come inside to do what he did. My husband hasn't actually forgotten to lock the door again, but yet I still can't bring myself to trust him. I got a real lesson when it came to stealing. I used to stay at my Aunt Jenny's place once in a while to have a sleepover with my cousin Davy. My mom and Aunt Jenny weren't very good friends, but both my mom and Jenny, her sister, my aunt, got pregnant around the same time, so Davy and I had been best friends since birth, and we'd lived close to each other, all the way up until Jenny got a job further from town, didn't want to spend the money on gas to work and back every day. A few months into our 5th grade year, she pulled him out and enrolled him into another school in another district far from mine. Occasionally, my mom would take me out to Davy's and we'd spend the weekend playing Mario Kart 64 and battling Pokemon on our Game Boys. One weekend, it'd been a few months since our last sleepover, I was excited to bring the new Pokemon Stadium that I'd rented from Blockbusters. Aunt Jenny lived in a trailer park. The inside of her home was spotless, but the park itself was a dump. None of her surrounding neighbors shared her enthusiasm for cleanliness. She was a neat freak. Davy and I were made to feel like nuisances, so when we weren't in his room, we'd usually be outside wandering the streets. This weekend, when I'd met up with him, he wasn't interested in playing Pokemon Stadium. Instead, he wanted me to meet his new friend that recently moved into the park. I was disappointed, to say the least, but I was at least hoping Davy's new friend would have shared the same interest or an endearing quality to discover. I couldn't have been more wrong. His name was Carson. He was a poster child for stereotypical broken home, trailer trash, if you will, a shining star for everything backwards in our country. There was a giant Confederate flag hanging over one of the windows, being used as curtains in his living room, clearly visible from the outside front porch. When we knocked, he answered the door with a lit cigarette in his mouth. Carson, 11, maybe 12, but he looks like he's pushing 30. He's tall, with long, straggly blonde hair, wearing a dirty shirt and saggy jeans. The inside of his trailer is dark and dirty, but we don't stay there for long. Eventually, we decide to walk to the mini-mart for snacks. He continues to smoke as we stroll next to him, lighting one cigarette with the last before stomping it out. Carson and Davy talk and joke while I pedal a couple of feet behind, but Carson stops and says, "Look at that," pointing to the recycling bin outside of a trailer we were passing. Sticking out of it was a PlayStation 1 box. He then casually leads us to the back of the trailer. I'm thinking that we're taking a shortcut out of the park, but we stop again. Carson puts out his cigarette and quietly steps onto the back porch of the trailer. He cups his hands and peers inside the windows. Nobody's home. I suggest that we head towards the mini-mart, but Davy just stands there, watching Carson as he opens the screen door and begins to visually measure the doggy door by his legs. After kicking the flap a few times, Carson gets on his hands and knees and starts to shimmy his way into the small doggy door. I'd never been in trouble in my life. Witnessing this brazen move instantly piqued my anxiety meter. I whisper to Davy that we shouldn't be doing this, but Davy says Carson does this all the time. So I stand and watch as Carson pokes his head into the trailer through the little dog door flap. Once more, he leans out before putting his arms in a diving position and starts wiggling like a snake through the flap. When he gets both shoulders in, all we can see is his lower body outside of the door. Next, Davy and I hear a low growl from somewhere deep inside the trailer. Carson lets out a shriek as the growl turns into a vicious bark. Carson's legs start violently kicking, like he's trying to get back out. The sound of barking now becomes attack snarls. The shrieks change to sickening, desperate screams. We don't know what to do. A second loud burst of barks and growls add to the noise, and Davy says, "Holy shit, there's 2 of them in there." Neither of us move until we see Carson's flailing lower half start to get dragged inside the doggy door. That's when we both ran and grabbed his legs, trying to pull him out. Getting a steady grip on his legs was a struggle because of how much he was flipping around. It was like playing tug of war against these dogs for Carson. All the while he's screaming, and we can feel the wooden deck vibrate as these 2 huge animals bounce off the walls inside the trailer, continuing to maul his upper body. This must have lasted 45 seconds tops, but it felt like an hour had passed before we'd finally freed him from their grasp and pulled him fully out of the doggy door. The dogs let go of him. Davy and I fall backwards when the tension gives. I fall off the wooden porch steps, and I land in the small backyard. From what I can see, Carson's a ripped-up, bloody pulp, laying where we dropped him, and Davy's fall landed him up against the porch's wooden little fence. He's still on his feet, turning towards me and yelling to run as he tries to hop the wooden gate slats. I'm still trying to get my bearings as he starts dashing past me. Behind him is the biggest Rottweiler I've ever seen. It sprints past me and keeps chasing Davy. When I stand, I see the second Rottweiler, equally as big, and it's still attacking Carson. I was fearful the dog would redirect its attack at any moment. Before I panicked and ran, alerting the dog, a voice in my head told me to back away slowly. So, I keep my eyes on the dog. Every bite that it delivers is finished with a shake strong enough to lift Carson's body off the ground. When I got around to the front of the trailer, that's when I ran and started screaming for help. I didn't want to stop and bang on a trailer because I didn't know how far behind me those dogs could have been. Nobody opened up their door as I ran and screamed. I made it all the way back to Davy's place. When I got in, I frantically told Aunt Jenny what had happened. She called 911. Then she followed me as we ran back, retracing my steps to the trailer. Halfway there, we heard Davy hollering. We'd follow his voice to find him on top of a dumpster, kicking at a relentless Rottweiler, attempting to jump at him. Aunt Jenny's motherly instincts kicked in, and she grabs a metal windsock rod from a nearby trailer, then rushes the dog and whips it with a lightning-sounding crack. The dog yips and runs away. Davy starts crying and falls into his mother's arms. By the time we get to Carson, he's still on the porch, unresponsive. The second dog is gone. Jenny slides a planter in front of the doggy door and starts CPR on Carson. She tells me to go out front and flag down the ambulance. Davy's in too much of hysterics to be of any use, so he stays with Jenny as I run back through the trailer park to direct the ambulance where to go. Thankfully, Davy didn't get caught by his pursuers, so he didn't have to go to the hospital. My mom drove out and picked me up that night after hearing what happened. That's also about the time Davy and I grew apart. My mom didn't let me go over there anymore, and before social media, it was hard to stay in contact past phone calls. I did find out that Carson survived. He had to have reconstructive surgery and lost one of his hands from the attack. I can't imagine what actually took place inside while we were trying to pull him out. The terror he must have felt. I just can't imagine. Last week, my grandmother died. It wasn't unexpected, but yeah, there was still all the usual stuff to deal with. I come from a big family and most of us live out of town, so that meant that everyone wanted to stay at Grandma's. Except, guess what? We're also poor. Granny's house is a 2-bedroom, 1-bath. It's been converted into a 3-bedroom by giving up the dining room. Granny had 3 boys, and those boys had a bunch of kids who were all grown now with kids of their own, myself being one of them. Tons of people were at this house, and I was planning to be in town for 3 nights. There's no way I was going to stay there, even without my partner, who stayed home to feed the cats. The best solution seemed like an Airbnb, so I found one 10 minutes from Grandma's and booked it. A little context before I get to the next part. This is a small town. Everybody knows everybody. It's also a historically famous town, so they get lots of tourists there. Lastly, I've changed my last name since moving away, and very few people outside of my family know about it. I could have been anyone renting this place. Alright, so this house was in a neighborhood that I know very well. It's part of the reason I picked it. Several of my friends had lived on those streets, and I wanted to drive through just for nostalgia. I hadn't recognized the house's pictures because it had been painted since my time in high school. But once I actually got there, it started to seem very familiar. I just couldn't place why. I was late for dinner with my family and didn't have long to dwell on it until I returned later that night. I'd hoped to go straight to bed since I had to be up early, but I doubt I got more than a couple of hours. Every time I fell asleep, I'd wake up to the sound of something moving around in the walls. I'm plenty accustomed to sharing my houses with the local wildlife, but this sounded like a whole family of raccoons were in a territory war with some possums. I'm not a pleasant person when I'm sleepy. Around 3 a.m., I lost my temper, got out of bed, and began banging on the walls while screaming, "If you make one more sound, I swear to Christ I'll rip open this wall and drag you out by the tails." I was crying. My voice was cracking. I looked like a complete lunatic. It wasn't my proudest moment, but strangely enough, it worked. There wasn't another peep for the entire night. That should have been another clear red flag, but I was so tired, I didn't even question it. The next morning, I was so exhausted I didn't even shower. I just went back to Granny's and got to work. One of my cousins is the same age as me, and another is only 2 years younger. So the three of us were particularly close growing up. Jennifer's husband stayed behind with their toddler, and Jake enjoys being single too much to ever settle down, so they were also flying solo. We were all talking and cleaning out the hallway closet. They complained about sleeping on the couches and never being able to get into the bathroom, and I complained about the weird noises that kept me up half the night. One thing led to another, and we decided that they would stay with me for the last 2 nights. The house I rented had 2 bedrooms and bathrooms anyway. If I could take a little pressure off everyone staying at Granny's, why not? That night I pulled into the driveway, turned off the car, and just as I was opening my door, Jake started freaking out. He asked me if I was messing with him at least 10 times, and when he realized I was serious, he got mad. I hadn't seen him that angry since we were kids. Then he pulled out a gun from his bag, got my keys, and told us to wait in the car. We definitely should have listened, but we didn't. We followed him inside and straight to the master bedroom. He was so upset, I don't think he even noticed us. He didn't say a word until he got to the closet doors. Then he ripped them open and began yelling for Brandon to come out, or he was going to start shooting into the wall. Jennifer and I were shocked into silence at this point, but then we heard footsteps. They started directly behind the bed and continued around to the closet, where a greasy, disgusting man suddenly appeared from behind a hidden door. I recognized him instantly. He was the creepy kid we went to school with, and we were in his mother's old house. She passed away several years ago, and it was left to Brandon. He had never had much success with women, so he decided to try his luck with Airbnb. Apparently, he only rented to young women traveling alone. Anyone else was turned away. There were also hidden cameras all over the place, including the bathroom. Thank goodness I didn't shower. Brandon was so proud of his setup that he bragged about it to a few friends, and small-town life being what it is, Jake had heard about what that weird kid had ended up doing, but it didn't occur to him to report it until it affected someone he knew. Obviously, things could have been handled better, but I'm just glad no one else will fall victim to this guy. The property's banned from Airbnb, and we were able to provide the police with enough evidence to get a search warrant for his computers. The worst thing he caught me doing on camera was changing clothes and threatening to tear open the walls during my 3 a.m. freakout. But that's all been deleted now. Well, except for what the police needed to keep as evidence. I don't expect Brandon will serve any time over this, but I hope he's had enough trouble that it'll make him think twice before he tries anything like this again. The whole town knows about it too, so he can't fly invisibly under the radar anymore either. Overall, it could have been much worse. So I'm just thankful for bringing Jake and Jennifer back with me that night, even if it did mean sharing Granny's house for the remainder of our stay. My ex always had a very short fuse, while I'm more of a laid-back type of gal. I'm 28 now, but when I was 21, my boyfriend Jake and I were on our way to meet our weed dealer at a gas station on the other side of the city. He was at a friend's house and we didn't want to wait, so that was the best we could do. I had no clue what kind of area this place was in, and I didn't put any thought into it because it shouldn't have mattered. It was still daylight outside, and I was just going along for the ride. Over halfway there, Jake and I start arguing about some trivial thing that I can't even remember, and things were taken too far. Before I knew it, I was standing on the side of the road, watching my boyfriend's car speed away. Only when he was out of sight did I actually take a look at my surroundings and realize I might be in trouble. If I didn't want to walk along an extremely busy highway, with barely a shoulder to stand on, I would have to walk down an embankment and into a frontage road which ran alongside a very unsavory neighborhood. After a big truck drove by a little too close for comfort, I walked down to the frontage road, hoping that Jake would turn around soon. I knew he'd come back for me. He always did. But I wasn't sure if it would be before or after he got the weed. Well, as it turns out, he opted for after. As I stood on the side of this frontage road, I looked down the street closest to me and saw the first house's door was covered in duct tape. There was hardly any of the door's actual surface left showing. It just felt like a bad sign, and maybe it was because the house next door had a group of 4 big men sitting on the porch, and they noticed me. One of them called for me to come over. Another asked if I needed a ride. I was terrified they would try to walk over, so I shouted, "No thanks," as I began moving away. After making it a few streets over, I looked back and didn't see them, but a white truck was coming, so I got over as far as I could to let it pass. Only it didn't pass. It stopped right next to me, and an older, toothless man began scolding me like I was a child. I looked pretty young, so he very likely thought that I was one. He spoke in a slurred but commanding tone. Whether he was drunk or just sounded that way due to a lack of teeth, I have no idea. He said it was too dangerous to walk around in that neighborhood and demanded I get into his truck. I didn't like that at all. Maybe he meant well, but in my experience, when a stranger uses fear and intimidation to scare you into action, when they won't let you think or respond, they have something bad in mind. I tried to say no thanks and walk away, but the man rode right alongside me and continued insisting I get in. That's when I looked back and saw those 4 men had followed me after all. They were standing together at the end of their street, just watching. I was in danger no matter what. If the toothless man drove off, the 4 men would be able to follow me. But if I got into that truck, there's no telling where I would end up. I knew that option was off the table no matter what. In a moment of sheer panic, I turned and darted back up the embankment towards the highway, the toothless man screaming at me all the while. Once I made it to the top, I looked back to see the white truck turning around. He went to the traffic light that would put him back on the same road as me. Meanwhile, those 4 men were now casually walking down the frontage road in my direction. I truly didn't know what to do. At that moment, it felt like the whole world was out to get me. I started walking towards the gas station while keeping as far away from the busy highway as possible, and occasionally checking on my would-be assailants. The group of men seemed like they were just following me for some kind of sick game, but they thought it was fun. They weren't in a hurry to catch up with me, but I wasn't willing to test my theory by letting them get too close. The man in the truck, on the other hand, was now on the highway, trying to weave through heavy traffic. I probably had less than a minute before he was right next to me again. That's when I saw Jake's car coming down the opposite side of the highway, and I did something incredibly impulsive and reckless. I ran straight into oncoming traffic and almost died crossing that busy highway. Horns were honked, brakes were slammed, and curses were screamed. But I miraculously made it to safety. The second I opened the car door, Jake was already screaming at me, and I just wasn't having it. For the first time in our relationship, I screamed right back. I told him the whole story of how he almost got me killed, and he said I was imagining it, and that if I'd gotten hit by a car, it would have been nobody's fault but my own. Fine. Granted, that part is debatable. I clearly shouldn't have taken that risk. I'm not saying I'm blameless. I'm saying that he's also partially at fault. After he took me home that night, I sent him a breakup text. I sure as hell wasn't going to do that while we were in the car. My grandma always used to blame the sounds in her attic on a squirrel family she believed had taken up residence in her walls. The guest room I slept in used to be my mom's old room, still decked out in 80s nostalgia, untouched since my mom's graduation. After she left for college, the room was closed up like a time capsule, only to be unearthed every time my grandma would have to babysit me. The decades of dust gathered in the corners of the room. It gave it a musky smell, reminiscent of a secondhand store. I remember there were a lot of scary things about her house that I didn't like when staying there. Outside my bedroom window, there was a large oak tree. The wind would make the branches scratch up against my window. They'd create dancing shadows at nighttime. The limbs of the tree would stretch into hunched creatures if I stared at the shadow too long. I also didn't believe the noises my grandma would blame on the squirrels were actually coming from squirrels. Especially as an adult and being forced to deal with a squirrel problem in my own home. I could separate the sound of skittering from what I used to hear as a child. The skitters in my grandma's house sounded more like soft footsteps and whispers above me. But every time I'd tell her things I'd hear during the night, she was adamant that the source was coming from squirrels. I felt like my concerns had been belittled. Neither of the guardians taking care of me bothered to make my situation better. I thought, maybe it's me. If I'm the only one who's feeling this, maybe I do need to toughen up a bit. I could tell both my grandma and mom were sick of hearing me complain about the bumps in the night. I eventually kept it to myself. I'd attempt to will myself into dreamland every night by ignoring the sounds and shadows that would move around in my room at night. One time I heard the bedroom door quietly open. I squeezed my eyes closed, but then thought it could have been my grandma checking on me. Turning to face the door, I saw that it had been slightly opened, shedding a small amount of light into the room. That's when I saw it, just out of reach from where the light stretched. A shadow grew from the ground into a tall figure. It stood there for a moment, and then it moved into the closet and slowly closed the door. The next morning, I briefly forgot about the night terrors. Then I saw that the room door and the sliding closet door were now wide open. I didn't tell my grandma, however. I was proud for acting like a big boy in a situation I assumed everyone had to deal with growing up. I got pretty good at suppressing my fear when I was there. Then, an odor I hadn't smelled before became prevalent during my visits. It would take my nostrils an hour to adjust when entering the house. They would have to readjust after I'd go outside to play, and then come back in. Flies began to huddle on the windows, not only in my room, but all over the house. Fortunately, the foul smell couldn't be ignored. It got so bad, my mom even noticed one afternoon when she was dropping me off. When she asked my grandma where the hell this wretched smell was coming from, she had a list of possibilities. Most of them involved calling an exterminator to get into the attic and check around. A week or so goes by and she's finally able to get an appointment with an exterminator. When he gets there, he's already dressed like a steampunk astronaut, ready to get into my grandma's crawl spaces. But as decked out as this guy was, even he was unprepared for what we'd soon discover was the source of the smell. Playing outside in my grandma's backyard, I hear a grown man scream in a way that I've yet to hear this day recreated. It wasn't one of those screams you run towards saying what happened. The scream made me pause and think, should I go hide somewhere? A while goes by and the sun has changed positions in the sky. It's a hot day and my grandma keeps coming out with lunch and snacks, but I'm not allowed in the house. A police car pulls into the driveway. Eating a sandwich, I stand there as a cop gets out and gives me a wave while he walks into the house. Next, an ambulance arrives at the house, and then a third car I don't recognize. My mom then pulls into the driveway a bit later. If she'd left work early to get here, this must have been something really bad. The driveway is partway in the backyard, and when she pulled in and saw me by the tree, the first thing she asked is if I'd gone inside. I said no, and then she told me to stay outside before she went in. Both of them eventually walked out behind two paramedics dressed in hazmat suits. They wheel out a zipped-up body bag on a stretcher, and they place it in the car I don't recognize. Mom tried to shield me from watching the men struggle to load the black plastic bag into the back. When I asked what was going on, I was told that when the exterminator climbed into the attic and turned on his flashlight, he found a decomposing dead body. Ironically, the smell it let off had stunk up the neighborhood enough to attract rodents and other little furries in the attic to feast on the remains. Naturally, that part was shared with me later. A more in-depth version was shared with me years later, which is when I learned a homeless man had broken into my grandma's house for an undisclosed amount of time. Then he overdosed and died. When they removed the body and climbed up to inspect the attic, there were dirty blankets, pillows, food, a small portable radio, indicating that he had been living up there for a long time. Worst of all, probably, they found a couple pairs of my underwear amongst his stuff. He died of an overdose and rotted up there, until the overpowering smell made us search. The smell of death is an odor I'll never forget, and I can instantly spot when it's in the air. It is an indescribable, heavy scent that lingers in your hair. I remember I took 1,000 showers that night, and I could still smell it on me when I got out. My parents separated when I was 5, so my memories of when Bio Dad lived with us are fuzzy and incomplete, but I've been told things could get pretty bad. Jim had a serious drug problem. He would take anything he could get his hands on, but meth was his favorite. When he was low on cash, which was quite often, he'd just cook up a batch and sell as much as he could to get by. In case there's anyone who doesn't know, cooking meth is dangerous. It can literally explode. People blow themselves up trying to make it all the time. Needless to say, Mom wasn't very happy when she caught him cooking the stuff in our attic. There were a million other reasons she left him, but that was the proverbial straw that broke the camel's back. Only Jim didn't want to get divorced. He said wedding vows were forever, that if she tried to leave anyway, she would never see me again. Well, that just doubled her resolve. She waited for him to pass out after a big bender, packed our bags, and drove us to Grandma's house almost 2 hours away. Then she left me there and drove all the way back while her brother followed in his van. Jim was still passed out, and Mom knew that he would stay that way into the next day unless someone intervened. After confirming that there were still drugs in the house, they loaded up our car and Uncle Hank's van with as much stuff as they could before calling the police. They didn't know what kind of response to expect, but they were worried they wouldn't be allowed to take anything else once the cops arrived. My uncle waited in a Walmart parking lot. He wasn't a drug dealer, but let's just say he wasn't exactly flying the straight and narrow. He didn't want to cause any trouble for Mom if the police decided to run his name. Things actually went pretty smoothly, all things considered. Jim was rudely awakened from his slumber, and any hope of expressing his anger was completely ruined by the horde of police tearing his house apart. Unfortunately, there was no present evidence that proved he cooked the drugs himself. That would have added a nice chunk of years to his sentence, but he still served 3 years when all was said and done. During that time, Mom remarried, and we moved to a different state where I started school. Not too long after my 7th birthday, Mom learned that Jim would be released in the upcoming months. She didn't think that he would be able to find us and therefore didn't want to scare me for no reason. To this day, she still apologizes for that mistake. Sure enough, Jim was able to find us without too much of a struggle. One day he showed up while I was at recess. This is the 80s, by the way. Security was not the same back then. And he says that he has to take me home because Mom had an accident. I had no clue that he'd been in prison. At that age, I probably didn't even fully understand the concept of it. I just thought my parents got a divorce, and I happened to live with my mom. Jim was now making it sound like because of Mom's accident, only he was allowed to get me from school. I should have known better. My stepdad picked me up all the time, but I was so terrified of losing my mom that I couldn't think of anything else. I just wanted to get to her. I followed Jim right off the playground and hopped into his back seat without making a peep. It didn't even occur to me to talk to a teacher before leaving. Once we were off the school grounds, our speed began accelerating at a terrifying rate. I was already crying silently. The sudden erratic driving scared me to hysterics. While crossing the highway, a big truck had to slam on its brakes to avoid T-boning us. I screamed, and Jim smacked me upside the head. He said if I didn't stop crying, he would make me ride in the trunk. I remember looking around to see that we had left the heavy traffic behind us and feeling a little bit better. I took the opportunity to ask what happened to Mom, but Jim just cranked up whatever tape he was listening to. That's when I started to take a closer look at my surroundings. I hadn't recognized the road that we were on, but I knew one of the ones that came right after it, and we missed the turn for my house. That's when I got really scared. I thought Mom was hurt so badly that she had to go to the hospital. What if Jim was driving like this because he had to get me there before she died? I began crying all over again, lost in mindless nightmares about how awful life would be without a mom. I didn't even notice how much time was passing, but altogether, he had me for over an hour, so it must have been about that long. Then, all of a sudden, there were flashing lights behind us. They'd been announcing a description of us in Jim's car on the local radio stations. Had he been listening to those instead of a cassette, he might have chosen to get off the road, and things could have ended very differently. As it was, a few different people stopped to call the police after spotting us along the way. The police found a map in the driver door. Our route had been traced out, and we were only 20 minutes from reaching our destination, an old landfill. Jim also had a shovel, knew that he could never win custody of me, so he decided to take me away from my mom, the only way that he knew how. That got him a considerably longer sentence than the first, but he died of an overdose in prison just 5 years later. I can't say that I'm sorry. I'm not really sure how to start this. I'm not even sure why I'm sharing it, but I'm a 37-year-old female, and I attract psychopaths. Truly, I am 3 for 3. I only had one boyfriend in high school, and he set my house on fire after I dumped him. Thankfully, he wasn't very smart, and we were able to put it out before too much damage was done. But he made it clear through various forums that he wanted me and my entire family dead. So, psycho. I was 17 when that happened, and I didn't date again until I was 20. We took it slow at first, but things were really going well. So we moved in together after 6 months. By the 10th month, he started punching holes in the walls, slamming doors. A few weeks after I'd managed to excuse that behavior, he hit me. That's when I decided, no more. I packed my bags and said I was leaving the very next day. That's when he tried to kill me. Before I could blink, he had me by the throat, and the world was going dark. I'd never seen anyone with such pure rage before. The awful way his face looked. There's no doubt he meant to kill me. He was too strong to fight, but in my desperate flailing, I kicked over a table. and broke 2 vases. For the first time, I was actually grateful for our cheap apartment's thin walls. The neighbors rushed over just as I was losing consciousness. My ex fled, but the police caught up with him later that night, and I moved out before he was able to make bail. I went to therapy for a year after that, and I didn't date again until I was 28. This guy was the prime example of everything that you see in the movies. He showered me with gifts and affection. He was gentle and understanding. And most of all, he made me feel safe. He never complained about how slow I needed to take things. He seemed perfect. I guess they always do, don't they? 2 years later, things were still great, so I went back to therapy, learned to process my trauma, and we were married before my 31st birthday. About 6 months later is when things started to change. It happened gradually, but by our first wedding anniversary, he became someone I described as quick-tempered and closed off. Then he began working late and on the weekends. One day, I checked his phone while he showered, and I learned that he was having an affair. He may have angered easily, but he'd never been violent. I truly didn't think that he was that kind of man, but he was actually the worst of them all. When I confronted him, he started hitting me, and he didn't stop until I was unconscious. I thought he was going to kill me. But instead, he erased the evidence and denied that anything happened. He was completely out of his mind. I learned my lesson. I pretended to believe him. I even apologized and asked for his forgiveness. I just wanted to survive until he went back to work, so I could pack a bag and get out. All I knew is I needed to get to my parents, and I could figure out the rest later. But he saw right through me. That night, he fixed a romantic dinner, poured some wine. I dared not to turn it down, but I never suspected it was drugged. I passed out before I even finished the meal. I woke up, chained to the basement wall the next morning. He'd put the guest bedroom mattress on the floor, given me a bucket for the bathroom before leaving for work. He managed to keep me there for almost 2 weeks before my parents realized I was missing. Those 12 days that I was stuck there were by far some of the worst of my life. He was a monster. When he wasn't there, I simply laid on the mattress in agony, waiting for him to return. I kept hoping that each visit would be the one that he killed me. Even when the police finally came, I almost didn't answer them. I just thought they were another dream. It's been a few years since then. I'm happy to report that the bastard is in prison, and I'm single. I think I'm going to stay that way too. Before joining a support group, I really thought that my experience was unique. Horrifying, but unique. It's sad to say that it's really not. So many women and men have been through what I've been through. It's amazing that anyone manages to trust anyone these days. Oh, thanks for listening. Sometimes it's nice to just get that sort of thing off your chest. For a graduation present, my uncle gave me the keys to his cabin for a week-long trip with my friends. The only other time I'd been out there was the 4th of July weekend when I was 10, but I remembered my cousins and I having a blast. Mostly, I was just excited to be away from adult supervision for the first time. My friends, Carla and Madison, came with me. I think we were all hoping to stay longer than a week, but we never dreamed we'd want to leave early. There were other cabins in the area, but people didn't live there year-round. It should have been another few weeks before the summer crowd came out. The first day we focused on getting settled, and the weather kept us indoors for the second, but nothing unusual happened until the third. That morning, we walked down to the lake, but the water was too cold to swim, so we explored a little instead. The trail we were on circled halfway around the lake with several diverging paths to other cabins, most of which looked roughly the same as ours. I guess the first weird thing was actually when Madison saw the blinds move in one of the cabin windows, like someone had been peeking out. But we thought she was mistaken. There were no cars or lights, nothing. So we walked for another hour until we got hungry. Then we headed back for lunch and a movie. We wanted to try the lake again that evening, but the weather had different plans. Instead, we watched other movies while we drank and made dinner. But while we were eating, my car alarm started blaring. By then it was pretty dark and still storming. So I assumed the thunder set it off, thought no more of it. Likewise, when we heard a trash can fall over, we assumed it was raccoons. The next day is when we started getting scared. There are 2 metal trash cans that sit beneath the kitchen window, and we used them enough times by then to be familiar with the specific sound that they made. All 3 of us are positive we heard at least one fall over, yet when we went to check in the morning, both were right side up again. That was strange, but we didn't truly begin to worry until we noticed my car had 2 flat tires. I only had 1 spare, so that meant we were stuck until my dad could bring a second one. We hadn't driven anywhere since our arrival, and we knew the tires hadn't been low the day before. I called my dad in a panic, but he thought that we were being paranoid. He said it was common to get low leaks on that kind of terrain. Carla and Madison called their families too, but no one could bring us a tire until the following day. Carla's mom had the same response as my dad, and Madison's parents just advised calling the police if we actually saw anyone, words that they would all soon come to regret. We kept ourselves locked inside all day, but that night was the worst of it. We covered all the windows, but obsessively checking outside only to see nothing. Then, sometime after midnight, Carla peeked out the kitchen window and screamed when she saw a bobbing light cutting through one of the forest trails. We pulled the curtain back just far enough to watch the light grow closer and closer, until the man carrying it became visible after stepping out of the tree line. He was tall and skinny, but I couldn't tell if he was tan or just dirty. His clothes were ragged and looked to be a few sizes too big, but I was more concerned with the bat-like object he seemed to be holding in his free hand. Maybe the 3 of us could have taken the guy on his own, but if he had a weapon, at least one of us was likely to get hurt. Madison dialed 911 right away, but we knew it would be a while before anyone showed up. The dispatcher wanted us to hide, but I couldn't handle not knowing where that man was. We kept all of the lights off and quietly tracked this guy around the cabin's perimeter. He circled it twice before trying both doors and all the windows. Even though we knew they were locked, we still held our breath with each attempt. If he realized we saw him, there would be no incentive for him to remain stealthy. Every second felt like an eternity, but by the time he crawled through all the bushes to check the windows, he'd eaten up almost 15 minutes. After the last one, he circled back to the front door, and we could hear the wood bend and crack as he tried to force his way inside. All the while, 911 was still on the line, urging us to hide, insisting the police would arrive any moment. We ran to the back bedroom, barricaded the door, and then crammed ourselves into a tiny closet. We had to stifle our screams when the front door caved in, and again, a few minutes later, when the man found our room. He tried to keep the noise down at first, but upon realizing the door was blocked, he started ramming it. With each attempt, our makeshift barricade gave way a little bit more, until a loud bang confirmed that the dresser hadn't been heavy enough to do the job. We held onto the closet handle for dear life as slow footsteps paced around the room and stopped right next to the paper-thin door, serving as our last line of defense. The man's breathing was loud and congested, and he carried a strong odor of liquor. He let out a low, sinister chuckle as he jiggled the handle. But before he could try in earnest, his creepy laughter turned to angry curses at the sudden sound of approaching sirens. We couldn't understand much of what he said, but we heard his footsteps as he ran away. We didn't move until an officer gave us the all clear after they caught the guy in the woods. At first, the police thought that he was just a homeless man bouncing around between empty houses, and for years, that's what we thought too. But a few years later, we learned that the same man confessed to murdering 2 young women. It turned out he'd been a businessman who'd started using his vacation time for extended hunting trips. I guess most would consider it common sense to be careful about online hookups and that rule applies to everyone. But I'll be the first to admit that being a woman who dates other women, I'd never really had genuine safety concerns in the online dating department. Sure, some women have used heavily edited photos, but I don't exactly live in a place where the lesbian dating pool is thriving. And no woman has ever tried to rob or kidnap me. At least not until this last time. I met a hot ginger named Becca, and we hit it off on a level that I hadn't experienced. We did the whole chatting online and on the phone daily for almost a month before we finally made plans for a real date. I've never really been a serious relationship type of gal, so it actually was kind of a big deal that I wanted this to happen. I was so nervous that I disregarded about a dozen red flags along the way. We lived about 2 hours apart, so we chose a restaurant in the middle and planned to meet at 7:30. This meant we should have left our respective apartments by 6:30, yet she didn't even call me until 7:15. I'd already gotten us a booth by then. She explained her car wouldn't start, and when I asked why she waited so long to call, she launched into an explanation of how her brother was to fix it, but not having much luck. She sounded near tears, and I was fully consumed by the desire to make her feel better. Before I knew it, I was offering to come pick her up. I already hoped to end the night at her house, so why not skip a few steps? But then, it apparently would have saved me 30 minutes if she went home with her brother, and I drove to his house instead. I should have been extremely suspicious with all of the plan changes, but I reasoned that she was just nervous about me. Of course she wanted her brother around. I could have easily turned out to be some kind of psycho. I thought the GPS was taking me on some kind of weird shortcut when it wanted me to turn off the main highway onto some small country road, barely big enough to call a 2-lane highway. But Becca confirmed that was the only way there. She said I'd only need to follow it for 2 miles, and then his driveway would be the last one on the left before the old wooden bridge. It sounded simple enough, and I'd already gone so far. I called her back after going 3 miles without seeing a bridge, and she apologized some more. She's just awful with directions. She should have let her brother tell me. You know the drill. Well, to cut a pointless part of the story short, my dumbass drove another 30 minutes and called 3 more times before I saw the bridge. I had expected a normal house and driveway, but this looked like a 1-lane gravel road without streetlights. The road was pitch black before I got my headlights on it, so again, I called Becca. And this was the first time my spidey senses finally tingled. She assured me that it was just a long driveway and to keep going, but when we were about to hang up, she swore and complained their power had just gone out. In an attempt to comfort myself, I made a joke about being afraid of the dark and asked her to wait outside so I didn't have to go into the scary house. She hesitated a bit longer than I expected and said that she needed a few more minutes to get ready, that I should come in and have a drink while I waited. I didn't like that at all. And I was so nervous that I hadn't realized how ridiculous it was that she would need more time in her brother's dark house after she should have been ready before leaving her own home. I decided to drop all pretenses. I offered to turn on my brights so that she could get a good look inside the car and the trunk and whatever else she needed to feel safe. But things were playing out a little too weird for my own peace of mind. I genuinely expected her to laugh and agree, but she became noticeably irritated and said that she couldn't believe I didn't trust her, that she thought we were past such ridiculous paranoias. Basically, she was guilt-tripping me just to throw me off while I was already confused. I finally agreed to come inside, just so I could have some time to think before pulling up. But then she wouldn't let me off the phone. She started talking about all of the fun things we were going to do, and heavily implied that we would likely end up back at her place anyway. That's when alarm bells really began whistling. 1 second it sounded like she wanted to call off the whole night, and the next it sounded like she was waiting to jump into my arms the second I crossed the threshold. I got desperate then, and didn't really care if she knew I was faking it. I just wanted to think, nothing more. After coming to a slow stop, I used an old peppermint wrapper to create a static noise in the phone, and when we played a few rounds of "Can you hear me?" tag, I went to hang up then, but at the last second, I muted her instead. She called out a few final hellos before breathing out a frustrated sigh and speaking to whoever was with her. "Don't worry, she's coming inside, but we gotta hurry. The next one's only..." That's when she hung up. But that's all I needed to hear. I wanted to turn around right there, but the ditches on either side of the driveway were so steep that I'd never get out. If I make a mistake, it was over. If it hadn't been such a long way, I might have tried to reverse out, but straight ahead was my only real option. I thought I was going to puke the whole time I was turning around, and I nearly did when Becca began calling the second I didn't stop. Obviously, I didn't answer. All I cared about was escaping. She called 4 times and sent a string of increasingly hostile messages before giving up. I was so paranoid of being followed or found through online breadcrumbs that I drove to the police station. But her profile was deleted by then. Still, I'm glad I went. It turns out a girl from a few counties over had gone missing under similar circumstances the previous month. The address they gave me was to a house that had been empty for years, hence the sudden loss of power. And there was enough evidence left behind to indicate that there had been more than just 2 people waiting inside. Needless to say, I'm done with online dating, at least for a while. Less than a year ago, I moved to a new house in a fairly rural area. I'm only a few minutes outside of town, but I don't really have any neighbors. It's a nice place. I sort of spent my life savings on the down payment, expecting it to be my forever home. But there's already been so many awful memories that I don't even know if I want to live here anymore. The previous owner, they swore it was haunted. I don't personally believe in that kind of stuff, but within a few days, I started to reevaluate my position. I'd hear footsteps when no one was there, and the worst of it happened at night. Items in the kitchen would get moved around, along with the TV remote. At first, I thought I was losing my mind. Then I started taking pictures of where things were before going to bed, and I knew something was going on. Next, I bought cameras to put up in the kitchen and the living room, and I had my answer the following morning. The bottom of the staircase is paneled, and it used to have a large square air vent. I watched in absolute horror as that vent cover was removed and a filthy old man came out of the crawl space. He was bald, had a full, scraggly beard, and wore a torn wife beater, a pair of stained swimming trunks, and flip-flops. He then proceeded to the kitchen, where he helped himself to dinner and snacks. After eating, he took some bottled water and snacks back beneath the stairs and reappeared a moment later with a bag of trash that he took outside. He had a whole routine. Next, he sat on the couch, watched TV for a few hours before going upstairs. There's only a couple of rooms and a second bathroom up there, so I didn't install cameras in those places. It terrifies me to think about what he was doing up there. He didn't come back down for over a half an hour. But that's when he finally went back into his cubbyhole and replaced the vent cover. I watched the whole video while sitting less than 20 feet away from the staircase, and I still couldn't really wrap my head around the fact that someone was actually living under there. It didn't seem like he noticed the cameras, so I felt safe enough to stay there a while I waited for the police. I wasn't sure how much he could hear, so I stepped outside to make the call. And I watched that air vent like a hawk until they arrived. I met the officers outside to show them the recording, after which they said the most horrifying thing I could imagine. Apparently, this sort of thing, secret roommates, isn't that uncommon. I don't understand how this is an actual thing. Since we didn't know if the man had any weapons, the police let me wait in their squad car while they removed my unwanted guest. They said he surrendered without a fight, but he saw me when they brought him outside, and he gave me the most hateful glare I've ever been on the receiving end of. If looks could kill, I would have dropped dead on the spot. When asked if I wanted to press charges, I enthusiastically agreed. I know there's got to be some of you thinking he was just a harmless old man down on his luck. Maybe you think I'm awful. Maybe I am. When I made that decision, I was only thinking about my own peace of mind. I didn't want to go to bed every night wondering if he would try to get back into my house. When I made that decision, I had no idea that he was a murderer. The police, they didn't make that discovery until they booked him and ran his DNA, which had been sitting in a system, unidentified. He'd been linked to the murder of a woman who was killed while hitchhiking in the 90s. Who knows if he has more victims out there? I've since added a door to the space under the stairs and converted it to a storage space. Even though my former secret roommate won't be getting out of prison during this lifetime, it still makes me feel better if I can see inside all the nooks and crannies. I guess that's it, though. That's my story. I wish like hell it wasn't true, but thanks for listening. For years, I had what I guess you'd call bad luck in the love department. I'm happily married now, but let's just say I kissed a lot of toads to get here. When people talk about their dating nightmares, I'm always reminded of my own. And no offense to the gal who got ghosted or the guy whose date had bad breath. But I think my experience actually falls into the nightmare category. This was back in 2000, and it was before online dating became the new and improved way to meet someone. I think maybe eHarmony was around, but I was 20 years old and that website seemed like it was for people my parents' age. So I was dating the old-fashioned way, meeting guys at bars or friend of a friend, and none up to this point were successful. Then I met Harrison, a 25-year-old swim instructor from Tallahassee. I thought my luck had changed. He walked into the restaurant I'd worked at for 3 years, and I was his waitress. Charming fellow, Harrison was. He was kind and flirtatious throughout his entire visit. And it was that first visit that I learned almost everything I knew about him. I learned that he was a swim instructor, he loved dogs, and that he'd had his heart broken recently. Now, maybe some of you would call this type of sharing a red flag. Who tells a stranger that they just met about their heartbreak? However, I wasn't fazed. None of this came off as creepy, and honestly, I was flirting with him, asking him all sorts of questions, and he was doing the same. Eventually, my shift was over, and I noticed that Harrison was in the bar. I wasn't 21 at the time, but as a waitress, I was allowed to walk back there for work. Luckily, the bartender working was a friend, and she knew what I was trying to do and let me chat with my new friend. He smiled at me instantly and said, "I've been waiting for you, actually. Figured I could buy you a drink." I had to disclose to Harrison I wasn't quite of age yet, and he suggested going back to his place. And now I know what you're thinking, and I was thinking it too. And honestly, I wasn't exactly ready to run off with this guy yet, so I made a silly excuse about having to babysit that night, but wanted to give him my number. Numbers were exchanged. It was wonderful. Hearts, butterflies, the whole deal. Fast forward about a week later. I never heard from the guy. Texting was sort of new at the time, so I wasn't sure I'd hear from him in that way, but I did kind of expect a call. Well, who walks into my restaurant that week? Harrison, of course. I'm hanging in the back as I see him walk in, and it basically looks like he's asking for me. The hostess confirms this by coming to find me, so I act busy in the back. After a couple of minutes, I greet him at the front, and I ask if he needs a table. I wasn't going to act any sort of way. I guess I felt a little jaded. But he dives right in. He's sorry he hasn't called, so busy getting his new gig set up at the local swimming pool. He's sort of panicked, he's nervous, blah, blah. Well, he was ticking all the boxes I needed to agree to go on a date with him that night when I was off work. He comes back a couple of hours later to pick me up. I leave the guy's number and name with my friend at the restaurant. I joke that if I don't show up tomorrow, then this is the guy that murdered me. We share a laugh, and I go meet my date outside. Of course he drives a cool car, I remember thinking to myself. He hops out and opens my door, still checking all those boxes. I ask him where we're headed, and he says, "We're going dancing." He playfully asks if I've got my dancing shoes on. We make small talk, listen to music. I remember that's how I learned he could sing. Eventually, we pull into the parking lot of an old barn converted into an all-ages dance club. I'm so excited I almost hop out of the car before he even parks it. But before I do, he tells me, "Hang on a minute," while grabbing my arm. Not too hard, but it was meant to stop me from leaving the car. I wait, somewhat patiently, but I end up asking what we're waiting for. He doesn't answer me. He's looking around the parking lot instead, so I follow his eyes, but yeah, I've got no idea what he's looking for. Then he says, "Okay, we gotta go." And without any more words, he quickly shifts the car into reverse, and we're on our way out. For a moment, I'm just silent, waiting for him to explain himself. He didn't. Instead, he nervously looked from the road to his rear view, over and over, until finally I decided to look too. There was a car following us, pretty close at this point, and so I asked him, "Do you know them?" He shakes his head, indicating no, and then he makes an incredibly sharp right turn onto a different road. After I adjust from the turn, I ask him, "What the hell?" He nonchalantly apologizes and then lets out a shit while looking in the rear view. At this point, I'm officially not liking the situation and really hating the short to no answers I'm getting, and I abruptly ask him to just take me back to the restaurant. It's closer than my house, and I was no longer sure I wanted Harrison knowing where I lived. But he ignores me and starts picking up speed. I brace myself by grabbing the door frame, and out of curiosity and fear, I decide to look behind us again. There's still a car following us, and it too is picking up speed. We hit a fork in the road, and a left would take us to the restaurant, and a right would take us to the next town over. I was so relieved when we took a left, but it was short-lived when I realized whoever was following us was still following us. Not only that, their car was extremely close, and moments after the turn, they almost hit our car. Then suddenly, they're trying to pass us on the wrong side of the road. Harrison puts out another shit, but quickly follows it up with a crazy bitch. And that's when it sort of clicked with me. He had to know who this person was, because there's no way he could see the driver if I couldn't. Who? Who's a crazy bitch? Who's following us, Harrison? I'm no longer patient or kind. When we're getting close enough to the restaurant, I'm hoping he just drops me off and I never see him again. I should be so lucky. Instead, he starts blocking the car from passing him by also traveling into the oncoming lane, and that's when I just start yelling to let me out, let me out. For a while, he doesn't listen, but suddenly, he starts to slow slightly and whips into a gas station just before the restaurant. I think to get out of the car, but he beats me to it, telling me, "Stay here," and closes the door. Immediately, and somewhat crouched down, I turn to see what's about to unfold through the back window. I see a woman exit the driver's side and immediately charges towards Harrison. He braces for her with his arms out in front. Once they connect, she's screaming all sorts of things at him. Liar, cheater, piece of shit. I mean, you name it, she's saying it. For a moment, I think I should just make a run towards the restaurant. It's only a few blocks, I reason with myself. Then the woman starts swatting at his chest, still calling him names, and yet he maintains distance by holding his arms out. I can hear her yelling turn to sobbing, and she turns her attention to Harrison's car. Oh God, please don't come near me, is all I can think. I'm all of 5 foot, 120 pounds, soaking wet, and I've never been in a fight in my life. Needless to say, I was not prepared for any of this. Especially what actually happens next. The woman is kicking and screaming now, her kicks directed at Harrison's car. The bumper, the doors, his taillights. She's going for all of it. Granted, she's only using her hands, but her aggression seems to be making some damage. Truthfully, I wasn't even thinking about myself anymore. I did lock the doors, but now I was just watching this shit show explode in front of me. I decided this was a decent time to call my friend from the restaurant. She's still working, but her shift ends shortly. I dial the number and start explaining to my friend the moment she answers the phone. She tells me to get the F out of there. I'm literally in the middle of it. But then it gets worse. I watch as Harrison grabs the woman by her hair, yanking her away from the car, aggressively. Seconds later, I see Harrison whip her around, wrap his hands around her throat. He's fucking choking her. Oh, fuck no, I think to myself. I tell my friend what's happening and she tells me now's my chance to run away. She's right. I keep her on the line as I unlock the door and scream at Harrison, trying to get his attention so he stops choking the woman. But he's blinded with rage, not even paying attention to me. In a last-ditch effort to get him off, I scoop up a handful of gravel and throw it in his face. I do this 2 more times until he finally stops. The woman drops to the ground. She's not dead. That's all I needed to know before making a run for it. I could hear Harrison yelling after me. He sounded angry. I'm scared, don't get me wrong, but I don't go to the restaurant. Instead, I head straight into the gas station. I tell the attendant to call the police, that a man is strangling a woman in his parking lot right now. I look outside with the man, and the scuffle continues, with the woman kicking up at Harrison as he tries to grab her up off the ground. I hear the attendant describe the man in his car to the dispatcher. And I don't know why, but I'm asking the attendant if there's anything that he can do, pleading with him that this girl needs help. Then I hear my friend in my ear. I forgot I'd had my phone to my ear because she'd been so quiet, but she tells me, I'm coming, and hangs up. Within moments of the call ending, I see Harrison is no longer outside of his car. He's now in his car and officially driving away. The woman is just sitting on the gravel in front of her own car. I suspect she's crying. I considered going out there to talk to her, but before I could muster the courage, she's getting up and fixing her way back into her car. So what happens if they both leave? Like, what are the cops going to do now? I asked the attendant, assuming he had more experience in this department than myself, but he shakes his head and says, I have no idea. Did you get a license plate for them? All that time, and I never wrote down or texted the license plate. My friend beats the cops to the gas station, and with her, she's holding a piece of paper. It's got the name and the number I wrote down earlier. But, like the beautiful genius that she is, my friend also jotted down Harrison's license plate when we were leaving the restaurant that night. I hug her, thanking her. She waits with me as I give my statement to the police, and eventually drives me home. Normally, I'd take a bus, but my friend wasn't allowing it, and I was grateful. All I wanted was to get home as quick as possible, take a shower, and forget this whole mess. The whole ride home, we just talked about what a bullet I dodged. I was totally enamored by this guy, and if it wasn't for this incident, it might have taken me a lot longer to figure out who he really was. I called my cell phone carrier the next day and had Harrison's number blocked. I consider myself lucky that this is the only time I've ever seen a man lay his hands on a woman. So in the end, Mr. Perfect was anything but perfect. He was indeed the opposite. A true asshole. Scum. And I also consider myself lucky that that was truly the last time I ever had to see Harrison. Hopefully, he's locked away somewhere, far away from women. Like I said, I'm married, so no, not all men are creeps, bad guys, scum, abusers. But they do exist. So, it's okay to have your guard up a little when you're getting to know someone. Taking that extra time could save you a whole lot of hurt. Good evening, all. My name is Corey, and I thank you in advance for stopping by to hear my humble words of warning. I'm a 31-year-old male, 6'2", and I weigh almost 300 pounds. Okay, I'm a really big dude. We need to get that established up front because it's a relevant part of the story. People have been giving me shit for my size for as long as I can remember, so I learned how to deal with assholes very early in life. And since I'm always so much bigger than they are, I'm used to doing just about whatever I feel like doing to them. Assholes make that mistake a lot. They think that just because a fella enjoys good food, he must be simple. Well, I'm many things, but simple ain't one of them. And I resent the assumption something fierce. All through my childhood, other kids would try to trick me into embarrassing myself. But I never fell for their bullshit. Mama raised a glutton, not a fool. And you'll do well to remember there's a difference. So would I, for that matter. I'm also guilty of making dangerous assumptions. Until a few weeks ago, I assumed anyone who tried to mess with me was a harmless punk. I behaved like my size made me invincible. But that was as naive as the imbeciles I'm sitting here making fun of. I currently live in Georgia, but my family is back in Tennessee. Before my visit in August, I hadn't seen my parents in over a year, so I made the trip out to be with them during my birthday week. We had a great bunch of days together, and I left at 10 on a Thursday night in hopes of avoiding any heavy traffic. The drive is only 4 hours, but my back usually starts hurting in half that time, so I always stop at the same rest area to stretch my legs and use the bathroom. Big guy, tiny bladder, that's how it works. Anyway, this rest area is right at the trio's halfway point. It's not the most well-lit or the nicest of places to stop late at night, but it doesn't scream death trap either. I'd been there at least 5 or 6 times before, and I didn't even see another vehicle on those occasions. Then again, I didn't see one during this visit, so I guess that's not saying very much. I pulled into the empty parking lot at midnight midnight and parked right in front of the bathrooms. There was a sign in the center of the small building that indicated men went left and women went right. Each side had a short hallway before turning into the actual bathroom, but I could see from where I stood that the men's light was flickering on and off. I didn't like that, so I decided there was no harm in using the women's. On the off chance that anyone pulled up, I would apologize like crazy and make a quick exit. I only made it a few steps into the actual bathroom part before some deranged guy in a clown costume leapt out of the first stall and gave me the jump scare of my life. He was holding a large knife, had a curly lime green wig, a huge red nose, white gloves, and a green and yellow polka dot jumpsuit that looked like it was part of a Halloween costume. It had orange fuzzy balls around the neck, wrists, and ankles, but he also had a cheap pair of devil horns over his wig, and his makeup looked more like it was for Darth Maul than a clown. Overall, I wasn't impressed as far as costume design. He couldn't have been more than 18, 19. Even through all the gunk on his face, he still just looked like a stupid kid. Once I calmed down from the sudden shock of it all, I was instantly furious. I thought all this clown nonsense had ended years ago. I couldn't believe some idiot was out here still doing that garbage. Plus, he was clearly trying to target women and take it who knows how far. I wasn't about to let him get away with that. At about this same time, his giddy, triumphant laughter was fading into confusion. I could see the gears turning in his tiny brain as he registered the fact that I was not a woman. I was a very large man. I was aware of his knife, but I really didn't believe that he would try to use it on me. I thought he would be like all the other bullies who backed down at the first sign of resistance. I didn't want to hurt him. I just wanted to scare him badly enough to make sure that he didn't try to do this to anyone else. Hell, as I began moving towards him, I was thinking how lucky he was that I wasn't some lunatic with a gun. How I'd probably save his life by putting the fear of God into him while he was still young. Sweet irony. I put on the scariest face I could make and I ran at him, never taking my eyes off that knife until it fell from his terrified hand with a satisfying clink. His face went from menacing psychopath to petrified child in less than a second, and I was so pleased with myself that I forgot to watch his hands. He began backing away from me, pleading. It was only a joke. He didn't mean any harm. He was just having a little fun. The way his voice squeaked, I began to worry that he was even younger than I thought. But then there was a deafening bang that made my head pound, and I could feel the echo vibrating in my clenched teeth. I stopped dead in my tracks, hands shooting to my ears, and that's when I saw the kid's hands had gone to his ears as well, only now he was suddenly holding a gun. I had no clue how it got there, but I was so surprised that it took me several more seconds to realize it had caused the bang. It wasn't until the ringing stopped and I could hear the kid talking that the pieces fell into place. Well, actually, he was crying, apologizing, and begging me to leave him alone. He kept saying it was an accident, that he didn't know it was loaded. Then I noticed he was staring at my feet and looked down. There was a mark on the concrete where the bullet hit, and the ricochet grazed my leg. There was a good amount of blood there, so the kid thought that he shot me. Hell, I did at first glance, but I only needed a few stitches. Basically, I was really, really lucky. Me and that kid could have lost our lives that night. I think we both needed to learn a lesson. Just remember, folks, you gotta be careful with people. Even when they're not crazy, they're downright careless. It doesn't take malice to make a murderer. Any dumbass can kill somebody. I'm a 22-year-old female, and I've just gotten out of a horrible ordeal. Since finding this community, I've read a lot of stories similar to mine, and they've encouraged me to share my own. I think a big part of why I waited so long is because I've known Brady since kindergarten. I didn't want to believe he was capable of hurting me. When you only go to one small school for your entire life, you get to know your classmates fairly well. Brady and I were always friends, but we didn't start dating until our sophomore year. I felt so lucky to have him. All of the girls had rocky relationships with immature football players who cheated on them or bragged about their sex lives. But Brady wasn't like that. In fact, he was the exact opposite in every way. He wanted to spend all of our time together. And when we couldn't be together, he wanted to be on the phone or at least texting. Even if I had to do homework or eat, he would message me the whole time and become annoyed if I didn't answer fast enough. At first, it made me feel special, and he was even kind of cute when he got upset. It wasn't a scary type of anger, more like a pouty puppy who doesn't want to go in his kennel. But as I transitioned out of the honeymoon phase, it became less endearing and more annoying. I wasn't even allowed to have a girls' day without the world coming to an end. We could spend every night of the week together, but if I wanted to spend one of them with my friends, he would say that I should just break up with him if I didn't love him anymore. It's not like I wanted to do girls' night every week, just once a month, maybe. But most of the time, Brady was a gentle, caring sweetheart. He could make me laugh until I cried without even trying. I truly believe that he could have been a comedian if he put his mind to it. I dealt with his control issues until junior year, when I went to my grandmother's house for Christmas, and Brady couldn't handle it. She lived 6 hours away, so there was no chance to see each other for the entire week. I knew that it would be hard on him, so I tried to break the news to him gently, but he lost his mind. That was the first time I saw him express true anger, and it terrified me. I said that we could have a special early Christmas before I left and promised to make New Year's one to remember, but I don't think he heard a word I said. He just kept crying, and I went home after he punched a hole in his wall. The next day, he sent me a long message saying we were through if I went to my grandmother's, and considering my parents weren't giving me a choice, my hands were kind of tied. It broke my heart for it to end that way. I never dreamed he would break up with me, and now it happened because of one lousy week with my family. I know this sounds insane, but I was a teenager experiencing my first broken heart. So I was furious with my parents, not Brady. It was their fault that we broke up. They were forcing me to abandon him. That's what he convinced me was happening, that he wasn't dumping me, I was abandoning him. It's amazing what an emotionally distressed teenager will believe. In my anger, I told my parents everything in a very dramatic manner. I explained how they were essentially ruining my life by making me go to my grandmother's, and I swore I would never forgive them if they didn't let me stay home. Obviously, they were incredibly concerned, but not for the same reasons. They tried so hard to reason with me, to explain Brady's reaction wasn't normal, and how that level of attachment is unhealthy or even dangerous. I think they were trying to make me understand how wrong it was without frightening me. Ultimately, they ended the conversation by saying the distance would be good for both of us, and that was the end of that, as far as they were concerned. Brady didn't speak to me the entire time I was gone, and when we returned to school, he avoided me like the plague. No matter what I did, he wouldn't even acknowledge me, so I gave up. I thought if he had time to calm down, he would realize there was no reason to fight. Only that wasn't the case. He stopped ignoring me and began terrorizing me instead. It was nothing physical, just harassing texts and snaps, spreading rumors, all that good stuff. It lasted through the rest of the school year. And then I spent the entire summer at my grandmother's house. Brady stopped harassing me a few weeks later. When school started back, I learned it was because he had a new girlfriend, and I felt the biggest sense of relief. I had been terrified of my senior year being full of drama and heartache, but now I was free. It actually was a great year, and I moved away for college after graduation, but I had to quit after my first year. My mom was diagnosed with cancer, and I had to move back home to help take care of her while Dad worked. I got a job waiting tables at night so I could help with household expenses. And Brady couldn't have been further from my mind. I practically forgot he existed until he walked into the restaurant and sat in my section a couple of weeks ago. If I had seen him sooner, I would have given the table to someone else, but I was asking for his drink order by the time I recognized him. He was with a couple of guys we went to high school with, so we all had an awkward mini reunion, and I truly couldn't get them out of there fast enough. That being said, Brady seemed completely normal towards me. He wasn't flirty, overbearing, cold, or awkward, and I left work that night feeling good about the encounter. I didn't really expect to hear from him again. A week later, he sent me a friend request on Facebook, and I accepted it. I was admittedly worried about how he might react if I ignored it, but I really didn't think that he would cause any harm. After all, I could always block him later. It was only 3 days later that I had to block him. He messaged me the moment I accepted his request. He liked and commented on all of my pictures, and he kept trying to ask me out. I would have loved for us to be friends, but he needed to see someone about his attachment issues before entering into another relationship. Once I finally accepted that, I tried to explain it to Brady in the gentlest way possible. But he reacted exactly the same as when I went to visit my grandmother. After going in circles for over an hour, there was nothing more I could do except block him. About 30 minutes later, my phone began ringing off the hook with a slew of random numbers that were all Brady using some caller ID spoofing app. I'm not sure how he got my number, but I know it was him. When the calls finally stopped an hour later, the text started not 10 minutes after. I didn't respond to any. I just blocked each number as they came through. But he would go from asking why I didn't love him to telling me how I was broken. One message would pledge his undying love for me, and the next he would call me a selfish bitch who didn't deserve him. The text stopped after only 10 or 15 phone numbers, and I could finally relax. I hadn't considered that if he tracked down my phone number, he might have been able to track down my address as well. I tried to have a normal night and go to bed at my usual time, but I was in and out of consciousness. When I first heard someone moving around the apartment, I thought that it was a dream, but then I very clearly heard the click of my bedroom door opening, and I was wide awake in an instant. I knew it was Brady. There's no way a burglar just so happened to break into my apartment the same night that he was harassing me. I could barely hear his footsteps over my pounding heart, but it sounded as if he were just pacing back and forth at the foot of my bed, like he was working up his nerve. I couldn't decide if I should keep pretending to be asleep or sit up and beg him to leave. It was driving me crazy not to be able to see him. Occasionally, his steps would pause, and those moments were the worst. I pictured him leaning over me with a knife and suddenly plunging it into my back. But then I heard the hammer of a gun being cocked, and I knew it wasn't a knife he planned to use. I was too overcome with fear to hold it in any longer. A loud sob escaped into my pillow, and I forced myself to sit up so that I could face my murderer. He was now standing next to my bed, and his gun was pointed right at my chest. I screamed, I cried, I begged him not to shoot me. I wasn't thinking about anything else. The entire world melted away. Brady and I were the only two people left in existence. I didn't think my life flashed before my eyes, but time did slow down to an incredibly slow speed. It almost felt like I'd be able to dodge the bullet if he did pull the trigger. It gave me time to think. I tried to convince Brady that I wanted him back, that it wasn't too late. I said all of the words I thought he wanted to hear. Sometimes I thought it was working, and other times I thought he would just shoot me no matter what I said. Thankfully, I'll never have to know which answer was correct. The lady who lives beneath me heard every word and called the police. They came with their sirens off so they wouldn't spook Brady. Then they used some sort of heat vision goggles to see that he was now standing just a few feet away with his gun trained on my chest. 1 minute I was groveling for my life, and the next, there was a loud bang mixed with the sound of shattering glass, and I felt something hot, wet, and sticky splash all over my face. It was Brady's blood. He died instantly without making a sound. Seconds later, a bunch of cops charged into the room and confirmed the only one threat was now quite harmless. I still have nightmares about it sometimes, but I'll take that over being the one who was shot any day. I don't want my relief to be mistaken for happiness. I'm not happy he's dead. I wish that he could have gotten the help that he needed, but at least I won't be looking over my shoulder for the rest of my life. Three years ago was a busy, hectic time in my life. I was graduating college, started a new job, broke up with my boyfriend, and my grandpa had just died. He was pretty old, but naturally, I was sad. Normally, I try to be a very organized person, but during this time, I was especially disorganized. Sure, I managed to keep my room and car clean, but my brain was a disaster. When your brain is fried like that, it's like you have no business even taking care of yourself. At least that was my experience. One night after working an almost 12-hour shift, I found myself barely making it to my car. I was so tired. It wasn't until I was already inside the car that I realized that I didn't have to unlock anything. I was so pissed at myself. I double-checked the glove box to make sure nothing was missing. I kept my spare apartment key in the glove box, and thankfully, it was still there. I made a mental note in my flurry of mental notes to remember to lock my damn car. As I drove home, I argued with myself. Had I even opened the glove box, or was it already open? But nothing was missing, so I let myself forget and decided I'd park where I could see my car moving forward. A few nights after this, I had a strange experience at work. The first thing was when I went to grab my purse from the employee lockers. It was obvious that someone had moved my purse. I was put off by this because up until this point, I'd basically trusted everyone I worked with. But as I looked through my purse, I noticed nothing was actually missing, including the cash in my wallet, which was still there. About 30 minutes later, it was time for me to officially clock out. While walking to my car, I felt like someone was watching me. It was a strange sensation that I wasn't sure how to place, but I found myself looking around. But scanning back towards the restaurant, I can see someone peering through the back door window. I don't get a good enough look at them to see exactly who it is before they move away from the window. But it's someone, and they must work here since this door is an employee-only door and located in the back of the kitchen. It freaks me out. Just to feel someone is watching you, and then to have your fears realized, actualized, I didn't like it. So I got into my car as quickly as I could. The next day, I called in sick for work. I should have worked that night, but I'd spent the previous night and all that morning working on something that would be the difference between me graduating on time or not. So I made the split-second decision, called my friend Lily to cover me. Through all the stress, I'd basically forgotten all the weirdness from the week, until later that evening, when I got a call from my dad. I literally almost didn't answer because of how stressed I was, but I did anyway, sounding a little annoyed to keep it short. But before I could even finish my "hello, Dad," he was asking me, very seriously, if I had my apartment key. A little confused, I told him of course I had my keys. He asked me again, and he told me to be sure I had my house key. Annoyed, I told him yes, I have my keys. I'm staring at my house key as we speak. "And what about your spare key?" he asked. For some reason, this gave me chills. I asked my dad what the hell was going on. He says he'll explain everything, but he needs to know if I have my spare key. Fine, I tell him. I'll go check. I ran to my car and went through the motions, totally expecting to find my key, and I did. I relay the message to my dad, and he tells me that they caught a man trying to break into their house that evening. My parents lived 15 minutes in the other direction from my work, and so, though concerned, I wasn't sure why they were calling me and asking about my key. My dad continues, saying he and my mom were in bed, which sounded more appropriate for 9 p.m. My parents are older, like in their 60s. I'm 23 at this point. But they weren't asleep. My mom tells my dad, whose hearing isn't so great, that she thinks someone's trying to unlock the door. The only other person with a key to my parents' house is me, and I keep it on my key ring with all my other keys in my purse. So my dad just gets up and looks out their bedroom window, from which you can see the front door. He sees a man wearing all black, including gloves, well lit under the porch light. Sure enough, he appears to be trying to get inside the door. My dad has my mom phone the police. Meanwhile, this man doesn't appear to be doing anything to try to get inside, other than trying to use this key to open the door. My dad grabs his gun, and as he walks towards the front door, he doesn't see the man through the peephole. My mom shuffles out saying that they're trying to unlock the side door now. This is a door on the side of the house that leads to the laundry room outside my parents' room. My dad heads to the only door left, the back door. And when he does, the lights are instantly triggered outside. Not by my dad, but by the man who was making his way to the same door. I guess because the inside lights were still off, he didn't seem to notice my dad standing directly on the other side of the doors, despite there being a window. Then the man tries, as he did with the others, to unlock the door, with a key that clearly doesn't fit. My dad opens the door, and almost immediately the man drops everything and stumbles backwards. Before he can get up, my dad tells him not to move, all while pointing his pistol at the guy. The guy scrambled for words and said that he thought this was his friend's house. He was told to let himself in. My dad isn't buying it, asks the man what his friend's name is. After not answering for a while, he says my name. The police show up. My dad puts his gun away, and the police initially just stop the guy, saying they need to ask him some questions. So obviously my dad stays out there to get as much information as he can. At this point in the story, I stop my dad and I ask him who the hell the guy is. He says the guy's name, Shane, asking me if I know the guy. I know someone with that first name, and my mind just starts racing. My dad asks me if I know this guy. When I tell him who he is, he gets quiet. In his silence, so many thoughts are going through my head. My dad speaks up and tells me very seriously, we need to have your landlord change your locks. But why? What was going on? How did Shane from work know where my parents lived? And why did my dad think he had my key? That's when my dad told me the rest of the story. He collected the things that Shane had dropped in surprise. Among them was the key he'd been using to try to get inside my parents' house. My dad took the key, and as the police continued to speak to the man, he went inside to grab his key ring. On it, he keeps a copy of my keys. He compares the two, and they match. This is why my dad thought the man had one of my keys. He asks me if anything suspicious has happened lately. And that's when I go through the events of the last couple of weeks. After explaining everything, we realize that the guy must have made a copy of my key. I started replaying all of those moments in my head, every interaction I'd had with Shane since he started working at the restaurant. I thought of the man staring at me from the back. I played the purse and car incident over and over again in my head. Was Shane working those nights? Those days? Damn me for not paying more attention, I thought. But that's when I realized something else. My address. I had never updated my address. My registration, my ID, everything in my glove box and wallet shows the same address. My parents' address. Holy shit. I literally felt so violated and immediately felt the need to recheck all of my locks and doors and windows, and I just fully panicked with my dad on the phone. That's when he had to go. He said he'd call me back once the police left. I had no idea they were even still there. But feeling 8 years old all over again, I begged him not to hang up. So he handed the phone off to my mom. She did her best to comfort me, but I hated that I could feel the fear in her voice. She wanted me to basically tell her everything I'd just told my dad, but I couldn't even get my head to stop spinning. What else had he taken? What was he going to do? I told my mom to have Dad call me back. I definitely wasn't going to be sleeping, but I needed to call my friend Lily. I asked Lily if she's still at the restaurant, and she says she is. So I ask her to send me a picture of the schedule from the last 2 weeks. She's confused but agrees to do it. I tell her I'll explain everything when I compare our schedules. I noticed that Shane was the closing cook on most of my shifts, except for Wednesdays and Fridays. It was a Wednesday that I'd left my car unlocked. A few times he would leave his shift 30 minutes after I started mine. He had time and opportunity, I reasoned with myself. The night that someone had been watching me, he was one of 2 closers. He wasn't working the night that my purse was rifled through, but almost everything else had matched. Still, something didn't feel right. One thing that just made my head spin was how absolutely under the radar this guy had been. He never struck me as someone who even wanted to talk to girls, let alone creep on them. I noticed he was a little shy. He always said hi to us girls, though almost always immediately put his head down, as if eye contact were too much for him. but I guess I'd hardly noticed him, and that kind of scared me. My dad called me back, and that's when he told me that he thought I should call my employer, that I should definitely quit my job. He tells me the police can't really confirm his identity. He's not carrying any ID, and he doesn't appear to have a vehicle nearby. My dad is furious, cursing and saying things under his breath about how they better do their job. He again mentions that I need to quit mine a few times. He's saying other stuff, but I started breaking down. But then he said something that at first just seemed like him blowing off steam, but then it makes me snap out of it immediately and ask him, "Wait, what did you just say? Short piece of shit?" Shane isn't short. Not by a long shot. He's got at least a few inches on my dad and several on me. That's when I tell my dad he needs to tell the police right now that the man they're talking to isn't who he says he is. I ask my dad, describe the man to me in detail. So he does. And that's when I look at the photos of the schedules and I compare them once more. But this time, I compare them against Manny's schedule. But unlike Shane, Manny's is a perfect match. Except for Fridays, and tonight was Friday. I tell my dad I know exactly who that guy is. I go on Facebook and take a screenshot of Manny's Facebook. I send it to my dad. He tells me to hold on while he shows the officer. I felt slightly fired up at this point. I shout to my dad that he's impersonating someone and I can prove it. He still has me on hold, and I'm pacing within my apartment. Finally, I hang up. I call Lily's cell phone and explain everything. She's shocked. She also throws in that she wishes I would have told her what I was doing earlier, because she could have told me that Shane was working tonight. We spend a couple of minutes talking about how shocked we both are. We've both known Manny for over a year. We would have never, in a million years, have predicted he'd be capable of anything remotely shady. He was kind, helpful, but not too helpful. I mean, the guy had a fucking family. We both met his kid, his wife. I tell Lily I gotta call her back. My dad's calling. I answer, and he tells me Manny's been arrested. He sounds defeated, and I assume it's because he's tired. But then he tells me the police searched Manny's bag, and it was clear he had nefarious intentions. It was also clear that he'd initially lied to police about his identity. I begged my dad to tell me what they found in the bag, and reluctantly, he eventually did. Duct tape, zip ties, a ski mask, condoms, lube, pills, a knife, and a photo of his family. What the actual fuck? Sick to my stomach is the only way I can describe how I felt. I wasn't even scared anymore. I was just fully disgusted, and it dawned on me how goddamn lucky I was. I'd been so stressed out, letting a lot of things slip my mind. I'd let my guard down, probably, but I'd also forgotten to do simple things like update my address, and thank fucking God for that. I did end up quitting my job. So did Lily. Why? Because Manny started showing up again. He'd gotten out of jail, and he was trying to get his job back. Absolutely not. This is how people end up dead, staying in places like this. School was over for me. Nothing was keeping me there, so I left. I decided to keep my address as my parents' and use a P.O. box for everything else. I moved to somewhere I won't name here, somewhere far enough away that I don't think Manny could find me. But I'd be lying if I said I didn't think about it, just about all the time. My name's Ginger, and in a time before iPhones, me and my husband were on an AT&T plan, and it came with 2 brand new Razr flip phones. My late husband Keith was a karate instructor. The dojo was his second home. His last class would usually end at 10, and then he'd be there for a couple of more hours to clean before locking up. Keith was a third-degree black belt and had competed all over the world before opening up his own business. That's actually how we met. I was working at a firm that he'd one day stroll into, seeking free legal advice on some contracts. Keith fit every aspect of tall, dark, and handsome. He was kind and funny, but God bless the man. He was dumb as a box of rocks. I gave him the legal advice, and a week later he was back in my office. This time he was asking me out to dinner. I fell for his endearing optimism about life, and we'd be married 6 months later. In 2004, I worked from home, still with the same firm. We've decided to dip our toes into electronic filing since the explosion of the internet arrived, and I was able to do data management as a telecommuter. One evening, I got out of the shower, still in my towel, when my phone buzzed on the bathroom sink. It was a text message from Keith asking, "Are you home?" ? I text back something like, "Obviously, where else would I be?" A few minutes later, he replies saying that he's lost his house keys and if I could unlock the door. I text back, "Sure," but I take my time to dry off and get dressed from the shower. It was still early, and I knew I had at least 3 or 4 hours before Keith would actually be coming home. After getting dressed, I sit on the computer to look over a case file while the 6 o'clock news quietly hums in the background. My concentration's interrupted when the handle of my front door starts to jiggle, and the wood of the door creaks from the pressure on the other side. There's a window right next to the door, so I jump out of my chair and into the hallway, out of view from the living room. I'm automatically scared. It couldn't be Keith. There's no reason he should be home this early. The person on the other side starts knocking on the door, harder and harder. Then, the pounding stops. A few seconds later, I hear the buzz of my phone on the wooden coffee table in the living room. I sit in the hallway and wait until I'm pretty sure the person had left. Slow as molasses, I make my way to the peephole to confirm that there's no longer anyone on the doorstep. Then I get my phone. The text I'd received from Keith was saying, "Let me in." I feel foolish and a bit angry that he scared me like this. Why didn't he say anything through the door or call me? My Scorpio rage propelled me to call him and tell him that it was his own fault I didn't let him in. The phone rings and it goes to voicemail, so I call again and he answers. He answers with a weird, "Hey," and I go in on him. When Keith speaks up, he's putting on a fake gruff accent, and I think he's playing around, but I'm not, so I tell him to knock it off, but he keeps it up. He says that he's turning around and to leave the door unlocked. I start getting an attitude with him, and he screams into the phone to unlock the door. Then he disconnects the call. It was unlike Keith to treat me so rudely. My anger turned to suspicion, and instead of calling him back, I called the dojo. Another member who worked at the dojo named Judy answered the phone. Everyone working there knows me. When Judy answers and I greet her, she goes, "Hey, Ginger, Keith's in the middle of a class right now. Can I have him call you back after he's done?" I'm stunned at what she says, and I just say, "Yeah, sure, thanks," before hanging up. After I set the phone back down, confusion changes to fear, and I scramble around the house, locking and deadbolting every door, turning out all the lights. Minutes later, there's someone at the door again, trying to get in. They start beating on the door, shouting from the other side to let them in. The voice sounded nothing like Keith. This lasts for a while, the barrage of knocking and screaming, starting and stopping in violent intervals, before it finally ceased indefinitely. Around 8 o'clock, my phone lights up with the dojo's number on the small LED display. I quickly answer it, and it's Keith. He tells me that he's been on the mat all day like usual. When I tell him what I've been through, he sets the phone down and runs into the locker room. When he comes back, he picks up the phone and tells me that not only has his cell phone been stolen, but his wallet as well. Thankfully, the keys for the dojo, the house, and his car are on a lanyard that he keeps up front, locked in the register. Keith had to get a new phone and a new number after that. We never found out who stole his phone. With so many people in and out of the locker rooms, it was impossible to pin it on one person. Worst part was that they probably still attended weekly classes, still hanging around without us knowing. It was a horrible realization, and it really sucked the fun out of teaching for a couple of years. Eventually, time heals all. We heal from the trauma and move on. But I'll never forget that day. That's just not possible. I'm a 26-year-old male photographer. Last year, I spent almost 2 months on a series of nightlife shots in San Francisco. That means I had to spend a lot of time walking around a big city at night, but I wasn't trying to get mugged. I mostly stuck to loud nightclubs and bustling streets until the final day of the shoot. It had been a long project, so I wanted to celebrate taking the final shots by taking a few shots, if you know what I mean. Anyway, I had a few more than I should have, and I left the bar feeling a bit more than tipsy. The curb outside was overcrowded with obnoxious drunks waiting for their Ubers, and the noise was giving me a headache. So I walked a few blocks over before requesting my own ride. As I waited beneath a streetlight on a quiet corner, I was suddenly startled by the sound of someone whistling nearby. It was a low, eerie tune, like something you'd hear a serial killer whistling while he stalked his victim. At first, I tried to ignore it, but then it grew louder, and finally, I heard a quiet set of footsteps creeping closer behind me. I turned around expecting to see some deranged attacker looming over me. But there was only the outline of a lone figure silhouetted against a dark storefront. It was a man, but I couldn't make out much more than that until he stepped forward, out of the shadows. Then, I was able to see his pointed face, beady eyes, and yellow teeth behind a sinister, greedy sneer. He flicked away a cigarette and gave me the most inhumanely wide smile I'd ever seen. Then he began reciting some generic sob story that ended with a plea for money, which is the exact reason I don't carry cash. The man's smile was instantly replaced by an awful scowl when I said as much, and it was clear he intended to make trouble. He took another step closer, so I matched it with one in reverse. My heart sank as his hands shot into his coat pockets. When he brought them out again, the world began moving in slow motion as my eyes focused on the very large pocket knife he now held. And my only concern became putting as much distance as possible between myself and that blade. I turned to run at the same instant that he lunged, and I just felt the knife graze across my back. Luckily, he put a little too much weight behind his thrust and kept going straight to the ground. I heard his fall, but I didn't stop to look back. Instead, I kept running until I got to a crowded area. I had so much adrenaline pumping through me, I didn't even realize I was bleeding until I made it home and tried to change clothes. The back of my shirt had a blood-stained rip through it, and my back ended up needing a few stitches. As it turns out, that knife had done a little more than graze me, but I still considered myself pretty lucky. Obviously, the police never caught the guy. I didn't expect them to, but it seemed wrong not to at least report it. I don't know what the quote-unquote right thing to do is in that situation. My situation could have turned out better, but it also could have turned out worse. I don't know if I would handle it the same way again, and I hope I never find out. On the rare occasion I'm out alone at night, I'm much more careful these days. Well, thanks for letting me share. Be safe out there, guys. I'm a 21-year-old female, and I still drive the same car my dad bought me when I was 16. It was a brand new red Mustang, but it didn't have automatic locks, and that was a must for my dad. I thought he was being picky and neurotic, and I just wanted that one. Neither of us was willing to bend, so our solution was for the dealership to keep it for a few days while they installed automatic locks. I threw a fit. I was a spoiled brat who wanted her car now. I didn't care what kind of locks the damn thing had. I just wanted the freedom to leave my parents' house under my own volition. And 3 days might as well have been 3 months. Of course, in reality, the time flew by. And once I got the car, I was much happier than I would have been with manual locks. I know this because they let me choose whether or not I wanted to wait 2 more days so they could also install automatic windows, and I said no. It's a decision I still deeply, deeply regret. But I digress. Overall, I never really thought about those locks or the drama they caused again. Not until about 2 weeks ago. I've just now gotten to the point where I can talk about it without having a full-blown panic attack, but I don't like to dwell on it for too long, so I'm going to try to make it quick. My best friend is getting married next month, and I'm her maid of honor, so I've been running a lot of errands after work. On this particular evening, I had to pick up my dress from the bridal shop, which is in a huge shopping plaza. The parking lot was still packed, and the only spot I could find was pretty far in the back, but I didn't think much of it aside from the extra walking inconvenience. Once inside, I tried on my dress, and the hem was still a hair too long. So the seamstress lady measured me again, only once she got started, she decided the shoulders didn't sit quite right either. The whole time, she's muttering things under her breath like she just couldn't believe she'd made a mistake. Then she took a closer look at my waist, and I saw her face pale in the mirror. She looked horrified and began chanting, "Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear," as she ran from the fitting room. I was in there so long that I almost went looking for someone, but then the manager rushed in with a box underneath her arm, and yeah, long story cut short, they'd given me the other bridesmaid's dress. We're almost the same size, but not quite. Thankfully, my dress fit perfectly, and I was able to get to my next errand, which was in the same shopping center, but by the time I was ready to leave, it was fully dark outside. The parking lot was almost empty, and I had a clear line of sight to my car from the store as I walked out. I was so happy to be finally done with my errands that my eyes were locked onto it, and it alone. As I stepped outside, a man in a dark green raincoat appeared in front of me. I have no idea where he came from, but he launched into a sob story about being out of gas. He said his girlfriend worked at the service station down the road, and if I could just give him a ride down there, she could bring him back. When I looked at his face, his eye was twitching. It looked like he was tweaking out on something pretty bad. I said, "Sorry, I can't," and tried to go around him, but he grabbed my arm. Hard. I had small bruises from where his fingers dug in. He was cursing me under his breath, but I barely noticed. I screamed and simultaneously yanked my arm away as hard as I could. My arm came free, but my cardigan sleeve remained in his grasp. Stealing a quick look around, I saw that we were completely alone and didn't think twice. I twisted out of the cardigan and left it behind like the garbage it was as I broke into a full sprint. While running, I could hear the man's footsteps pounding the pavement behind me, and my heart fluttered each time I heard him stumble. I'm sure those little slips were also instrumental in saving my life. I'm not a very fast runner, so they didn't give me the lead I would have liked, but they got me to safety. Digging my keys out, I hit the unlock button repeatedly until I was actually opening the door, and then I had it locked again before it was even shut behind me. The same instant it slammed closed, there was a loud bang, and the entire car shook with a heavy impact. If I'd been even a single second slower, he would have had me and my car to do whatever he pleased. It was only later, after I made it home, that I realized if my dad hadn't insisted on those automatic locks, I would have had to manually unlock my door when the guy was chasing me. There's no way that I could have made it. I haven't told my dad because I don't want to scare him. He already hates that I live in the city, but I'm getting him one hell of a Christmas present this year. Thanks, Dad. I can't remember the last time I told this story. It's been a while, but in all this time I've never written it down. So you've officially inspired me to do that. I grew up in Fresno, California, mainly in the 80s, but a small part of the 90s as well. Fresno in the 80s is a lot like it is now. Maybe less people, but I have to assume the same level of crime and poverty exists today as it did then. It wasn't all bad, though, and especially for a kid, it was hardly noticeable. I had lots of friends, we had a decent park nearby, and incredibly wild imaginations for our age. One summer or spring, I'm not sure which, me and a couple of my friends from the apartments decided to play one of our favorite outdoor games, Bloody Murder. If you're lucky, you played this game as a kid. If not, it's never too late. Anyway, the game consists of 4 people minimum, though we'd gotten away with 3 before. You pick a home base. For us, it was this palm tree in the middle of the apartments. Then one person hides, aka the murderer, while the others try to catch the murderer before he can make it back to base. Another rule was everyone couldn't just guard the tree. You had to actively look for the murderer. Well, this time, I was the murderer, so I was hiding. I had a few favorite spots, and several I tried to avoid in order to not be detected so quickly. One of my favorite spots was under the staircase of one of the buildings closest to home base. It was easy because you had full coverage, essentially, and an easy escape through either side of the building once you emerged. There was also space to see from there, so you could detect if someone was coming, or if they were close, etc. I considered this a great spot, and since no one had ever actually found me hiding in it, I was in the clear as far as being detected. 2 of my friends, William and Christopher, tended to search together because they were brothers, and Christopher was a bit younger than all of us. Otherwise, everyone was split up. From my perfectly secure spot, I watched as my friends ran past the building. For a few minutes, I could see and hear them trying to figure out where I was and where they should be in order to capture me. Finally, their voices grew further away, and I knew it was my chance to make a run for it. Up until this next moment, this was a normal day like any other. But just as I was about to leave, I saw my friend's little brother, Christopher. I figured, William is definitely around here somewhere. He's probably waiting to watch me on the other side. So I turned myself around to look out that way, but I didn't see William anywhere. I turned around again and I saw Christopher talking to someone who was inside of a car. Probably his dad, I thought. But when the man got out, I realized it couldn't be their dad, because their dad was a much larger man than the one I was seeing right now, and he didn't wear glasses. Still, I wasn't going to give up my hiding spot, so I sat back and waited to see where he was going to go, and if anyone else was going to show up. But before I even had time to settle, I heard Christopher scream, and I could see that the man in glasses had grabbed Christopher. He was trying to get him inside of the car. Surely, if this were real, if this were happening, someone would do something, I thought to myself. But I quickly realized that I was that someone. My heart was racing, and I had no idea what was going to happen. But before I knew it, I was grabbing some gravel from beneath my feet and running full speed towards the man and Christopher. I was screaming too now. I think something like, "Let him go," but it could have simply been me screaming. When I got close enough to the 2 of them, I threw the rocks into the man's face, hoping that they would do something. I definitely expected more of a reaction. Instead, he sort of swatted them away as if it were dust. Then with his free hand, he was suddenly shoving me in the chest. I lost my footing, and I was down on the ground for barely a second before I started screaming again, with Christopher joining me. I stood back up, and though the man hadn't let go of my friend, he also hadn't moved either. My next thought was to just stomp on this guy's feet, so I did. And again, Christopher followed suit, stomping and smashing at this man's toes in unison while screaming. He was starting to lose his nerve, and we could tell. At least I could. Then, like clockwork, 3 of my friends came into view and charged towards the scene. Behind them was William and Christopher's dad, and he looked pissed. That sight alone made the man release Christopher, and he tried to run to the other side of his car. He made it. Well, inside his car anyway. Their father had brass knuckles with him, and he was prepared to use them. He yelled for all of us boys to get inside, and without even thinking, we just all ran to their apartment because we didn't want to split up. Eventually, all of our parents and basically the whole complex was outside, which was usually the case anytime the police showed up. This guy was a known creep, and I'm pretty sure that he went away for doing worse to another kid. I remember kidnapping was sort of a big deal in our area. We still played outside, had fun, and were kids, but I think we were all a bit changed by the whole thing. I remember paying more attention to just about everything after that moment, so lesson learned. But I also remember William's little brother was pretty afraid of just about everything after that. He never really did want to play outside anymore, and as a kid, you sort of brush that stuff off, but yeah, I can only imagine the effect it had on him. I went to a small private school, and the bullies were absolutely brutal during my freshman year. I got thrown in trash cans, given atomic wedgies, and had more swirlies than I can count. But there was one kid named Timmy who got it way worse. He was every asshole's wet dream. He wore glasses, got straight A's, pulled his pants up a little too high, and the poor guy's face was filled with more craters than the moon. His family was also poor, so his clothes were never the right brand, and he always brought his lunch in a Pokemon lunchbox. Don't get me wrong, I love Pokemon, but I wasn't dumb enough to brag about it at a school full of ignorant rednecks who only cared about sticking their faces into deer blood. Anyway, Timmy was regularly taunted, beaten up, and just all around tortured. They once held him against a wall while one boy pulled his pants open and another squirted an entire bottle of ketchup and mustard inside. On another occasion, they went into his locker. We didn't have locks unless we bought one ourselves, and they poured a jar of fire ants into his backpack. I think they wanted to break him. More than just being an easy target, Timmy never reacted. He didn't get angry, he didn't cry, he just took it. I don't remember exactly what they were doing to him when someone finally asked him about it, but he said that it was because he didn't want his brother to go back to juvie. That only made everything worse. They thought that he was trying to scare them, so they called his bluff. It was a small town, and everyone felt it was impossible to have some badass criminal brother that no one knew about. Well, as it would turn out, our town wasn't quite that small. It was only a few weeks later when one of the sophomores finally took things too far. We were all walking to lunch when the older kid saw Timmy crouched beneath a tree. He had found a fallen bird's nest with one egg still intact, and he was trying to put it back onto the branch. Seeing this, the sophomore grabs the egg and smashes it. I wasn't close enough to hear their exchange, but whatever Timmy said as he walked away bothered the older kid enough to leave him standing slack-jawed beneath the tree. That happened on a Thursday. On Friday, Timmy didn't come to school. And on Saturday, that sophomore was admitted to the hospital with multiple broken ribs, a fractured arm, a cracked skull, and several large purpling bruises covering his body. Come to find out, Timmy's brother Craig was 2 years older than us and huge. He was so mean to other kids that his parents began homeschooling him in 3rd grade. At age 12, he pushed a neighborhood kid in front of a car, and she almost died. He showed no remorse until he figured out that's what it took to get released from juvie, and then he was full of the stuff. He got out the summer before our freshman year, and though he treated the rest of the world like shit, he had a soft spot for his little brother. When Timmy told him, well, whatever he told him, Craig was furious. Friday evening, he drove Timmy to the school as it was letting out, so he could point out the sophomore. Then they followed the kid home. Saturday, Craig returned to his house and waited for the kid to go walking down the street. He was on his way to a friend's house, but he never made it. Once he was out of view of his own home, Craig pulled up beside him and asked for a lighter. Then he offered him a ride as a thanks. Obviously, the decision to say yes was a mistake that guy will never forgive himself for. But if you didn't know Craig, he looked like any other normal teenager, just really big. Once the kid was in the car, Craig asked if he was in a hurry, because if he wasn't, he could show off the new engine he just put in his Mustang. Of course, that sounded great to a teenage boy, so they drove out of the neighborhood and got onto the highway, where they could really punch the gas. That's when Craig properly introduced himself as Timmy's brother. I imagine the sophomore's fear was instant. They then drove to an old park where there were batting cages and tennis courts. A new one had just been built a few miles away, so everyone was going there instead. Parking next to the batting cages, Craig removed a bat and a bag of balls from his trunk. Apparently, he was so much bigger that he felt a regular fight would be too easy, and he wanted to have some fun, so he gave the kid a choice. They could have a regular fight. Craig could beat him black and blue and call an ambulance after, or he could stand at the end of the batting cage and play dodgeball. It was one of those choices that wasn't really a choice. Plus, the kid thought that most of the balls would miss. He was wrong about that part. More than half were solid hits. But it was a gamble either way. Who knows how much damage Craig's fists could have done, or if he would have been able to stop himself as easily as just running out of balls. But the kid also left there with a cracked skull because of a hit to the head. What if 2 balls had hit him, or 3? He's lucky to be alive. For all those months, Timmy endured things that would make most adults crack in order to keep his brother out of trouble. But that bird's egg was his final straw. Maybe he had a soft spot for animals. Maybe that particular kid had just pushed him too far, too many times. The previous week, he held Timmy down and poured hot sauce into his mouth until he couldn't breathe. I guess it doesn't really matter. The point is, nobody messed with him again after this. At least not at our school. That summer, his family moved out of state, and I haven't heard a thing about him since.